Well, I guess that's it. Yeah, that's how we start. We just start by no picture, just random voice streaming at you through the speakers, headphones, or however you are listening to this. Hello, everybody. Welcome. How is the sound? New microphone and all that. Levels looks good anyway. And hi, Katie. And hi, Studio and Thea, of course. Well, yeah, let's find a mouse and let's get some imagery going here. No face cam because, well, my computer is, well, that way basically behind me, and my face cam when I streamed before used to be the built-in webcam. Right now it would just show my Mac, so I don't know. I wonder how it would look actually. Should we? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you can see a little bit of me. Yeah, so that's how the face cam would look right now. I mean, if I turn it, it's you could see some of the setup, I guess. But nah. Let's keep that off. All right. So what are we doing today? What does the stream say that we should do? We should do some Skaven Blood Bowl team. We have those guys here. We are custom building our own little Skaven Blood Bowl team with some rat ogre models and like a bunch of tiny rats. Squeak, squeak. Oh, fudge. You're also affected by that shit? I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. That really, really sucks. Not being able to get the meds you need. That's harsh. So what does because I'm just looking at my screen right now. That's why you just see my hand. See what it says that I wrote that I would do today. So Skaven Blood Bowl team, some 40k orc stuff, which will probably be doing something with this little chunky boy. The last big robot thingy for my orc army. 3D printed / scratched built / kit bashed / something. That would need to be primed then, I guess, and stuff. That might happen. We don't know. Nighthaunt. Yeah, we got some pretty in pink Nighthaunt models to make and finish and stuff. With their wispy pink fumes or mist or whatever they're made of. And then it says other stuff. And I think we're going to start with some other stuff. Because I'm building some tiny little, well, this isn't actually painted, finished painted, so we can actually finish painting this. This is just the example cart, but made of plastic card. And we have 3D printed wheels because, I do have a circle cutter, but I'm too lazy to just cut out and build wheels when you can just print them very quickly. So I'm making 7 different of these. This is probably not even going to get used, to be honest, even though it's pretty cool. And then there's going to be some horses, of course, pulling along, and we're making for Age of Sigmar players, we're making a Slaves to Darkness army, consisting of mostly chariots and stuff like that, and making it into a Carnival of Chaos for those who even further back remember the game Mordheim. So to make the little chariots, we're gonna use some plastic card, which is basically big sheets of plastic in different thicknesses and whatever not, and to make everything go together smoothly, I made some blueprints. So here is the basic box. This is without wheels and stuff, of course. There's gonna be a bench in here so somebody can sit and drive. The horse is gonna be on this side. It's gonna be like wheels. Well, We're going to have one smaller wheel there, and we're going to have a bigger wheel in the back, sort of. You forgot sesame seeds? Okay, run and get them. Run, run! And then I made made a template so you could cut out, and you could like put bars, because this is a carnival, so you can have like a monster or something in there, some cool animal. And don't worry, Katie, there are no horse tossing in this stream. That only happens in Brush's stream. So ponies are safe here. Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm gonna cut these out, and then I'm gonna take some plastic card. Usually make it out of 1mm, but I don't know if I want to make this wall 1mm. But if I don't, these back and front walls are not gonna be the correct size. Well, let's start. Let's worry about that when we get there. Let's start by grabbing some tools from over the toolbox. Tiny steel ruler, and we'll cut this out. We're so cool. Oh, thank you. I think, yeah, thank you. That is very nice of you. I appreciate the compliments. So we're just going to do like a rough. The measurements I printed it in two. I printed this twice because that means I can have one with the measurements, so I can see, because like these two are 36, so these can be cut out of the same length. Well, oh yeah, you didn't fall. That's good. No, run. When somebody tells you to run and go get it, it's mostly an expression, I guess. But yeah, no, it's a good thing you didn't take that literally. And we're not going to start with the cage. We're not going to cut out the middle of this one. We are not cutting out that one. Okay, so we're just. Oh wait, I have wheels somewhere. Where is the? We do have like a collection of stuff for this project, right? Like I have some. Oh yeah, some original Nurgle horses. They're a little bit smaller, but we're going to be using these horses, which are usually ridden. You can see they have saddles. But we are gonna sort of shave that down. Probably gonna clean this up first, because I'm gonna repaint them anyway. We're gonna have them pull the carts. Carriages would be is the correct term, I believe. We do have some wheels. We'll take out some, so we'll have them around. We're far from putting wheels on, and we need to sand these down. They're quite rough off the printer. Especially the small wheels turned out very rough. I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, that'll do. We have some bands to go around the wheels, because wooden wheels have iron bands on them, so they will hold. I printed those separately, so it's going to be easy to. I mean, if I had a resin printer, I could just print them in one, and you would like have a little canal, basically a little edge between where that goes, so you can see the difference. On an FDM printer, that probably will get muddled up, so no. Okay, we have some wheels. We don't really need wheels for a long while. And this is a fantasy game, so we are deviating a little bit from how a carriage, because there's no set time period for Warhammer Fantasy / Age of Sigmar. It got inspiration from anything from Vikings to like late Renaissance, and even like steam engines. So we're simply building something that looks cool and not necessarily realistic. And that's mostly. Oh yeah, if we look at this. This is an uncomfortable ride, right? Because it doesn't have any sort of suspension. No springs, no nothing. And I've been playing around with doing that for these, but it's also going to be a lot of time to do that. So I'm not so sure we're going to bother. But yeah. And here can you see that? Yeah, you can see the rims, like they're not necessarily even, and if they're separate, these metal rims on the wheels, I can actually cut these up and break them up because they're gonna be like old and worn and shabby. Let's do some cutting. Could do this with a pair of scissors, but I think this will get it more consistently even. So, how is everybody doing? Hope you're all having a decent enough day. I mean, you're here, some have talked, so I mean, you're surviving. So you got that going. Sometimes that's just like enough. That's all you have energy for. You can see it. You know, they're all marked out what they're supposed to be, so it's easy to keep track of that. Because you know what? This one should actually have some more text on it. It says front back. I know it's a little bit unfocused when I'm down here because the focus is for here when I'm doing models, and this camera really doesn't want autofocus because it just jumps back and forth. We need to write ×2 on that so we don't forget, because you have a front and a back and you have two sides, right? So let's go. We only have one bottom though. Oh yeah. Yeah, not 65 of them. That would have been interesting. Well, it's one of those days where you look at things, I think, and you don't shop them, because I perused a lot of second-hand Warhammer and plastic and stuff today, and I didn't buy anything. But that's also probably because I really want to buy some stuff for the workshop, for infrastructure, so I can build like some sort of sorting station for materials of different kinds out there, so it gets a bit more manageable. So. Two of the big, 200 each, yeah, that's a bit of money, but you know. Also have to find somewhere to put them before you start using them, which is a little bit of an issue around here, I would say, sometimes. So we're just making a little carriage, and that isn't a cage, so it's, you know, somebody's living quarters or like storage for stuff or whatever, or both probably. I mean, if you're on the road in the caravan, you're not playing the long drive because you're not addicted to it. That's good. That's good to hear. Good work, not being addicted to the game that you're absolutely not playing a lot. That's always good. And it could be believable unless I know that you talked about it like yesterday in Brush's stream, but or in his chat on his stream, I guess. So yeah. But it's good that you're not driving around in a video game hoarding things in a like weird put together car or something. I mean, yeah, we're all addicted to something, right? In one way or another. And since we're not making the carriage with like an open side, hoarding some organizing all my sponges, spray bottles. That's good. That's well, you know, I can see that as a really good thing, because we can't control everything in our lives, and it can feel a little bit overwhelming sometimes. And simply being able to organize something and create a structure like that, which you have control over, could be good for peace of mind. I'm a occasional these days, maybe computer gamer myself, so I know what gaming is and what it can do for your peace of mind. Yeah, since we're not, that's this 7.7. We want the 1 millimeter. This is the stuff. And then we're gonna look at, and this is why I wanted 2 blueprints. I can move those. Move that to somewhere where I will probably forget where it is, but it doesn't matter because I have another paper. No, so this is why, because I want to see, because like this and this can be like one long strip. That's 60, almost 120 millimeters. So we can do like one strip that is 35, and we can cut those out. And then we have these at that length, well, 2 of these each, which is 36 high, because that's the height of the whole thing. And let's hope this turns out as good as it did on the computer. Well, it's gonna look like that, basically. That is full scale, the size of how it's going to be. So 35 millimeters. So and if anybody doesn't speak metric, Google it, I guess. I don't know. Unless it's a measurement that I actually know what it is. Like, oh, I'm making this 25 millimeters. That is pretty much close to 1 inch. 35 millimeters, that's like 1 2/5, I guess, actually. Yeah, ish. This is very ish. And then that doesn't look right. That is 35. That is 35, isn't it? It didn't look very straight to me, but the ruler, yeah, from this angle it actually does. Whoa, hi bone shooter. Not sure how long you can stay with this sexy voice coming through my speaker. Oh, hello there. Welcome to the stream. I don't know. Hi, welcome in. No, there isn't a face cam. The face cam is on my computer. And my computer is not really next to me to act as a face cam this time around, because I just put cables all over the room instead of moving my actual computer, even though it's a laptop. But since we have done it before, let's show you what happens if I turn on the little face cam down there in the corner. That's it. Hello. That's just the back of me. That's back where my computer / camera in. Okay, we did cut a little bit of a, yeah, you can see it there. Yeah, and then we can just bend it, and it will bend because it's thinner there, and it will break. And that's our 35. It's gonna be interesting to do a 36 because they're very similar. And we can either do this and like draw a line, or we can just look at the measurements. It's 58. I'm not sure what's going to be like give us the best results, but I'll give this a go. Draw a line, and since we're actually cutting with a knife, we can do this right away. Why is it important that we're cutting it with a knife if we're gonna do this? Well, that is very simple, my friends. If you do this with some sort of a saw or something, that actually removes material in between. So if you have a saw blade that is of 1 millimeter thick, you're going to remove a millimeter of the material, right? With a knife, you're just pushing it, so you're really not removing any of the material. Let's not freehand this. Let's be precise. Let's do this by the book. Let's see if we can actually even see that line properly. Maybe I want a better marker than a mechanical pencil, but you know, we'll go for it. We'll go for a and then we had this is the bottom. We could actually just mark it a little bit. And the reason why that is because they are just ever so slightly different, because the top is overhanging a little bit. I don't have this measurement here, how far this wall is going to be in, so we're just gonna wing it. I also don't really have any good means of actually keeping that super straight, so we'll see. We'll make it work somehow. First we need to cut out all the parts for this little carriage. So while I'm yammering on, if there's any kind of Dargon person you want it to be, I'm pretty sure it's a bully you want to be. It's a Dargon bully. That's the top part. And that's the bottom part. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is just left over now. If we're making another one, we have some extra parts there. You really wanted to, yeah. Yeah, I don't think she would ever like do it because somebody goes, do it, do it, do it, do it. I think that would probably have the more of the opposite effect, to be honest. Somebody tried to do that. Let's put those over here so we know where they are. Okay, and these are the same height, so this is the 36, and we're going to do them that way. Let's put them aside in the right direction. Oh, how long is that? That's 60 and 33, so that's 93. 186. This is 189, so this length will actually be all four sides. That is just perfect. It's meant to be. Somewhere where I can actually see what I'm doing. So yeah, why am I building carriages? For those who weren't here when I started talking about this, I am making an Age of Sigmar army. It's a Chaos army. The sub-faction, or whatever we're going to call it, is Slaves to Darkness, and they can have chariots, which are usually more like let's dig into all the old projects and stuff. You know, well, this is even not even my model. It's a Games Workshop model. Chariots, you know, horse-drawn little war wagons. But Games Workshop once upon a time also made a game called Mordheim, which was a skirmish game, and they had this Chaos Nurgle themed thing, which Nurgle is a god of disease and hopelessness and stuff like that. That was called the Carnival of Chaos, and they actually had a carriage for that warband, which was quite interesting in such a game. Oh, I missed a little bit there. Oh, whatever. And that actually looked like this. Oh well, not this little piece that was actually glued on afterwards, but this. Some wheels and the horses that I showed. This one. And it's supposed to have wheels, of course, and then there's supposed that way, and there's supposed to be a little bench here where you can sit. And that's the sort of original model, and then I thought for this little army of mine, where you can just use chariots, mostly chariots if you want to, I would make it themed to the Carnival of Chaos. So everything it's going to be carny wagons all over the place. Oh, I really screwed up with the cut here. Let's, instead of breaking it and like cut it where you want. Yeah. Oh, that's bad. Well, it's not like, oh no, I can't use these plays. We'll see how that works out. It's like having a personal cheerleader, yeah. And then these are gonna go like that, yeah. And I would rather have a broken part at one of the long sides, I think. I mean, I'll just put some plastic cement in the crack or in the cut here, and that will melt together. So I don't see it as that big of a problem. So yeah, you can see it's a little bit uneven in size here because this side is like 0.5 millimeter to well, you can't see that because it's too bright, but if you could see the markings, you would notice they're a little bit off. So we might cut out some new part. Yeah, now that's gonna end up there instead. Oh, whatever. We'll waste that little piece of plastic in between so we can use this. I mean, it's Nurgle themed, it's rot and decay and stuff, so whatever if it's a little bit broken. Yeah. No winging it. Because I could probably cut this small cuts along a line pretty straight, but I also don't really want to take the chance. I'll make that the front. Let's see if I can. I know I said I wouldn't wing it, but I wanted to. And that's the back side. It's not super even, even when I cut it with the ruler, so whatever. Just cutting out, we're gonna have to cut out a round shape there, So I'm just cutting out a square first to remove much of the material as possible before we get into the detaily parts, where we'll use the scalpel instead, which is like right over there. So we'll have that. Put that aside. That part is a bit too long. Oh, there we go. And we're going to do the same to this one. Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if that part falls out actually. I'm cutting that off anyway. Oh yeah, oh, it's until the end of the month. Thank you for reminding me, Stream Elements, because I'm pretty sure my discount on my Etsy store was up for the remainder of the month. So everything is like 40% off, because I'm trying to get rid of everything in the Etsy store right now, so I can maybe add some new stuff and add there. So that might actually motivate me to make some new hats and masks and stuff and whatever. Gonna start putting up some 3D print stuff there, and then we're going to upload some STLs to 3D Cult 3D, I don't know, whatever they're called. That place. I looked at my mini factory and they're like, we want you to pay us this much money every month. And I'm like, no, I don't want to pay you that much money every month. And then I watched that Cults, and they were like, yeah, we'll just take a small percentage. This is exactly how much money we will take from you when you sell something, and there's no other fees. And I'm like, okay. So if I don't sell anything, you're not bothered. And okay, yeah. No monthly subscription fee or anything weird like that. So, to start with, it's going to be mostly the orc stuff. Yeah, yeah. Shroom creatures, shroom dudes, shroom peoples, and these are just sides. They're both the sides. They don't have to be a specific side. So we can just mark them with an S, I guess. And probably the last remaining. Damn, words are hard today. The last remaining shroom hill will probably go up there as well, then I suppose. We might be able to unload that from the shelf as well. Basically, anything we want to sell, I'm gonna start putting up in that Etsy shop as they come along. And then once it gets a lot of traffic to there, maybe I'll, because I have an option on my webpage. My host has like, you pay us this little money every year or whatever it is, and you have a web shop where you can do stuff with on your own page. I don't know if they take PayPal or whatever through that, so I'm gonna have to check that out, but that's for later Pixel to worry about. Today Pixel only need to be worried about remembering drinking some water, which is what I just did. Okay. And this is so super easy to remove because it's just, that's why I don't use like a marker or anything. Use a mechanical pencil or a pencil to do that. Are you not asked? Wait. Oh yeah, that's the bottom. This is gonna go on like that because this is what you need to worry about. Good thing that I know exactly what I'm doing, right? So before we put stuff together though, we're gonna have, like on the back side, I want a door. Like I have on this one. But there's a thing with this door that I don't like. It looks too flat. Even with the like molding around it. It doesn't look particularly like, it doesn't have this right depth or anything to it. So my plan is to cut out a door, and then maybe even with the same bit that I remove, glue that back a little bit offset so we get a little bit of a difference, so it's the door doesn't align perfectly with the back, because it's a moving cart, it's been moved, and again rot and decay, but even, you know. But we have a bunch of millions left of the shroom dudes. There are shroomies left. I'm gonna sort through them and take from the pictures and put them back up. The only thing with this is that they probably should be. Can you move closer? Well, you can move closer. Well, yeah, shroom creatures, but we call them shroom dudes to start with, I know. But yeah, shroom creatures, or shroomies. Or shroomerinos. Yeah, we got a bunch of those here. There's a bunch of those here. They're up on the shelf of selling. I don't want to show you that shelf because there's some shipping stuff there that's like about to go out in a week or so. There should be in the text in the Discord, the Brushes Discord, there should be like, these are sold, and I think that's up to date. It's been a while since we sold any shroom creatures now. So, but it should be, absolutely should be. So, how do we glue this on then afterwards? Yeah, well, we'll get to that in a bit. Well, with plastic cement, because this is plastic art, so it works very well with plastic cement, because it's polystyrene. But no, what I mean is, how do I get this to be in a good angle? Well, that is actually when, where that went now. Did I put it in here? Oh yeah, I actually used the original one for that. That's pretty funny, because it's quite heavy, because it's white metal. This is an old model. We can like at least get it 90-ish, and then it'll just sort of balance itself out between the different parts. You want set 4? So this is gonna go that way, yeah. Okay, let's rub that off, and let's design ourselves a little door. A rounded door or a square door? Oh, it's really hard for you guys to see. If I am over here, yeah. Well, I'm trying to draw a door. It's gonna be a very small door for the Warhammer scale, but this is also, I mean, Warhammer isn't in scale to itself in general, so it doesn't really matter as long as the whole model itself is. Michiroonies, hi. He didn't buy a handful, he bought 2, but yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I'll have to check after the stream to make sure they're updated. I'll update the pictures as well. Food. Oh, you're waiting for food. That's good. Food is good. You shall have food. Literally just gonna cut out the door, and I'm gonna round the door. Now I have to make a rounded molding around this. That was that like well, that's true. If you buy too many things and can't buy food, that might be bad, as we just discovered. Did we? Well, we just discovered, or just heard anyway. Food is good, and you should have food. Yeah, 99 delivery? What the hell? Does not cost that to have. Well, we don't really ever get delivered by Foodora because we live like 40 meters from two pizzerias. So, yeah. One of them is actually a Foodora delivery place as well, but you know, I think it will take them longer to figure out how to get in here and then for us to go there. 3 for 11. You want everything? You're gonna buy all of them now, Katie? Yeah, shoot me a message with all that stuff on Discord, Katie, and I'll look in so that everything is like it, as it should. And we'll talk about that. You're recalibrating your 3D printer. Wow, that sounds like a lovely day you're having. Just scraping off some of the sharp edges here on the door to be. It's really made for me to sit here and paint. I really need to do something about this camera eventually. But even that, just the tiniest little bit of a change to the depth of the door makes it so much more interesting to the eye. I could also actually just take a new piece of plastic and put like behind here and have that as a door, but I think that is a little bit too much depth instead. So for future reference, these walls might not want to be made from 1 millimeter. Maybe we want to make them thicker because it's a little tricky to offset the door now. Just a little bit. Okay. No, don't do that. Here we go. You stay there, and we'll glue you on top there, and we'll use the magic of the Tamaya extra thin cement because this is so liquidy and flowy everywhere. It would literally go into any crack. And we'll let the top of that settle for, I don't know, 10 seconds or something until it gets a little bit sticky and it gets stuck in there, and then we can yeah, a little bit longer than that pixel maybe, yeah. But it also doesn't have to be even and flat to this. Again, old card. One could argue, especially on the door, that I should make some kind of a lines for wood, not for wood grain, because I really don't like sculpted wood grains on things because it never looks right. And even though it's a game and it's stylized and whatever not, I am not a fan. But you know, the door would probably be made out of boards. Apple pie. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'll talk to my ride on the Friday. See if there is a chance that we stop by then. Maybe. Not giving in promises, depends on his schedule and stuff, I guess. But since I'm going to be in Västerås, might as well have a look. Okay, so we need this one. Because this one goes all the way into the back. Oh, I can see that on that one actually. It's pretty bad. On top here. And this part fits between, because you know it could have been this way, or it can be that way, and it's supposed to be that way. So we will try and get this on first. That's when we. So there we go. Well, actually, now it's got a rounded bottom. I need something with a little bit of heft to it, to put this up against so I can get it as close to the edge and close-ish to 90 degrees. And then we can just brush in out some of this cement here, and it will literally just get flow right in, get sucked in between the pieces. And you trained to Uppsala someday after working at the fabric shop. That you can do as well. There's a McDonald's not far from there. So we'll leave that for a little bit. So, what's people up to? How are you doing? And since nobody has complained about it, I'm gonna just go ahead and guess that the sound is okay. Which is cool because I have don't need to have a headset anymore since I have a microphone that I got for Christmas. Nothing super fancy, but it's a table microphone. And it seems to be pretty good. Oh, good. Sound and camera are great. Yeah! All I need now is another 10-meter USB extension cord and another camera so I can have a face cam if I ever want to get back to have a face cam. You know, I kind of like having the face cam. It feels more like I'm actually talking to somebody, even though it's really weird because I don't need that. I don't know. That's just how it is. Maybe at some point I can afford to buy a proper like DSLR or something, and I can use this this little camera right here, that you want, this one here, as a face cam. That could work out. Oh, that didn't go on straight at all, but that's okay. This is plastic cement. It's okay. It doesn't it's not like a super glue, so it sets and then it's rock hard. It gets sticky and then it's a little bit malleable for a while, so you can shape it as you want. Move around your pieces. It's a little bit floppy, but that's because this piece isn't there yet. So let's do something about, that's probably all. Yeah, that's gonna work out nicely into the corner like that. I should have ordered more of Tamaya glue, because that's never a bad thing. When I ordered the other stuff that we got this week. When I bought more plastic card. I should have the camera over from this side maybe. Or more from the side. Well, we'll experiment, because I do there's a lot of hand motion here. It would be much smarter to have it from like over here where or from this further there. We'll figure it out at some point, right? Yeah. Coffee, get some yard work done. Yeah, you can't do that tomorrow because you're live streaming tomorrow, right? That's what I hear. So there's no yard working for you. Well, you can do a little yard work ahead of time, I guess, you know. Feel that you really want to / need to. Okay, let's do the next glue. Because this glue, if you put it on a piece of plastic, it just sinks into the plastic, and you really don't have much time to put things together. So this is more of a brush on, like where you want it to go afterwards. This, however, takes a little while longer to dry. So let's start with that. There's nothing that says we can't do some Tamaya afterwards. Yeah, oh, that's the wrong edge to apply that to. There's nothing that says we can't brush on, because this takes a little while longer to set as well. Let me just do that for now. Get it a little bit sticky on there, like that. Whoa. Oh, you're gonna work tomorrow? How can you make Bone work? Boney, you can't work tomorrow. You have to call them and tell them Pixel told them you have the day off because you need to be live streaming. Okay? You just tell them that. And if they have a problem with that, they can just come and knock on my door and I'll talk to them. What's the secret about the extra thin? You mean you can just buy the other thing? What's it called? Just use that. Oh, weekend application upgrade. So yeah, less people there, and you can. Yeah. I see. Yeah, cause. Please. Knocking on our doors. Okay, no, yeah. They're in the United States, sweetheart. They're not gonna come to Sweden and knock on our door. The whole thing was obviously a joke, including the part where they should knock on our door. And I also want a little window from, like, there's gonna be like a driver's seat here, like in this little compartment. There's actually gonna be like, yeah, like this. You can see what I'm drawing. I should have the camera from the other side. You got coffee! But yeah, okay, I changed my mind. Don't tell them to send me a message. Under no circumstance should the yoked about thing people come and knock at our door, because then I will have to sacrifice them to the dark gods. So we're gonna have like a bench thingy situation there. Well, it's gonna be like a chest, because you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the airbrush cleaner. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can get that. I keep forgetting about that actually. Thanks for the reminder. And then this one we're gonna do at a approximate 90 degrees then, I guess, because we don't have any way of really doing that, but a little bit wobble. That's not gonna bother me too much. But first let's do you bought a Games Workshop Warhammer model for fun? That's nothing wrong with you. You saw something you liked and you wanted to do something with it and you bought it. What model did you buy? That, however, might change my opinion. No, it won't. Just kidding. So what did you buy? I want to know. I like Warhammer. Yeah, 3D printers can be quite heavy. There's a lot of like moving parts and stuff. Oh, I need to. The edge is a little bit broken. Yeah, you bought like a whole fucking Necromunda gang just for the lols of it. So, I mean, you definitely know what I'm talking about. But you know, yeah. No, I think if you don't hurt people and you don't hurt yourself, you know, too much, just buying a random model wherever it's from and doing whatever you want with it, it's fine. I think we should embrace that more. Like I want this, so it's on sale right now. Indeed, I can't look at that because yeah. Yeah, try to do anything without coffee, and it's like, why can't I do anything? And then you're like, oh wait, coffee. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description of life, I think, for people who are caffeinators. Yeah, I need the camera. I think I'm gonna move my camera during the break and see if I can't get a better angle. Like move the angle from here to like over here. So it like comes from that side instead, so you can actually see, because this is just ridiculous. I'm having a tiny piece of plastic and all you can see is my hands. Sweet. I will look at the messenger later then. I could even look now on my phone then, if it's on messenger. Well, I could do that if it's on Discord as well too. Yes, and I'm super curious, so let's bring up the phone with the cutest cat in the world. Meow. Shanti says hi. That is such a U fabric. That is a very U fabric for sure. Now you can see a little bit of what I'm doing. Yeah, angle of the camera needs to change, but that's a quick. There's a quick release thingy on the arm for the camera, so that's fine. I mean, I could literally just warn people for motion sickness and try and move it now, but I'm probably gonna have to change the focus and stuff, and I want to cut this out first at least. And then we'll kind of do like with the door. We're gonna put a piece of plastic or something behind this. There we go. And this could have like bars on it or whatever, or a hatch or something, I guess. But you know, put a door in, you can paint something on there like it's something in there. The original model, I don't know if you can see that. There's a little window on the like I'm doing it, like a little window on the front side, and there's like actually like a tentacle or like a rat's tail or something coming out of the window there, and there's some kind of a nurgling or little creature coming out of the back window here, which is just pretty amazing. Yeah, and this have like this wood grain texture on it, and I'm just not a super fan. I'm also gonna paint this in like flat colors, like colors, so they're not gonna be wood colored because it's a carnival, you know. You don't. Wait, whoa! There's another one. Hey, Derp, Derp, Derp. Welcome in. How you doing? I don't have a face cam and I don't have a mohawk anyway, so don't come around here thinking I'm some sort of a substitute or something now. Well, you do that if you want to, you know, whatever, I guess. Just starting it, yeah, so we'll put that behind there and then we'll paint something there. We might put in some plastic bits so it looks like it's got some bars so things in there don't get out. I don't know. I need all of that. Who bought Shroomy? I don't remember who bought Shroomy. Nobody has brought Shroom people in a while, so that's long gone. I hardly remember who bought them. Actually, I think I might remember everybody bought them if I start to think about it. No, but this is the magic of this cement. Oh yeah. Oh. That's how strong it is. That literally, that tiny drop, and even if I removed it quickly, actually dissolved some of the paint on the lines on my cutting mat, because this is just basically acetone, more or less. There's a little bit of other stuff in there. You're changing from gardens? Well, you should post a picture and remind somebody, sweetheart, of a certain Dargon that has some Shumi parts. So, we also have this, by the way, talking about shrooms. Just so you know. It's still there. And then we're gonna put this in here. We're just gonna go like, yeah, that looks like a cool place and looks fairly straight on and even and things. And oh my god, Gib! Yeah, there's one shroom hill left. That is still up for the grabs. Maybe they need habitat. No. I'm not saying it's available. I'm just saying that Katie needs to remember that there are combinations. You can shroom and Dargon at the same time. That's not. I'm not. Oh, this wall is. Oh, that's not on straight. That's it. No, it's fine. We get it. Don't worry about it, Katie. It's okay. Unless you really want to stop for yourself, you know, because if you don't like it, that's fine, then you should tell yourself to stop. But for me at least, oh, that wall was a little bit thinner, so it's gonna be a little wonky. Can you see that? It's not perpendicular properly. Very carnival and stuffy. Yeah. Is it a lot? It's quite a lot at the front, but you know, we can live with that. We'll just wait for this to set and we can sort of bend things. How did it become that much thinner? I cut these out of the same piece. Conspiracy! I think this requires a tiny bit of a snack in the shape of some kind of a candy. We're having a, I don't know, is this a monkey or is it a dog? It's a dog sitting on its hind legs probably, yeah. We're having a doggo candy then. While we are waiting for these to set up. Yeah. And I'm eating candy, so I'm not going to talk too much. Quick candy break. Okay, let's glue stuff. And that's a little bit, but we can shave that off so it's all wonky in the end. Yeah, let's use some of this. Just a few dots to get it sort of stuck in there, and then we'll go in with the extra thin. Then we will actually turn this around so we can sort of squish it down properly. Oh, that didn't work out as intended. Well, that's a common problem. Too many cost plans. Me too, sort of. I'm sort of stuck in cost building because I don't really know what the fuck I should do of all the plans I have. That is a worthy goal and dream to have for sure. Oh, look, we made a little thingamabob. Oh, I tried to bend it too soon. So a little bit of patience. We're going to leave this. No, but there's only one way to find out if you have the stamina or not, to be honest. Oh, you glued it together, yeah? Good. So it worked out like that. That's nice. Phew. That's always like a horror story. And then these small wheels are going to go on the front, and they have to be lowered. They have to go underneath like this. Because otherwise when you turn, it's going to... And that's probably, I mean, I'm not an expert carriage driver, but I feel like the wheels hitting the actual carriage is going to be... Metalcore is really good for holding things together indeed. Some extra glue around all the edges in there, so it's gonna melt together properly. And I guess we're gonna have to wait with this for a while. Let's see what we can do. What's left to do on the Skavens? Okay, we need to obviously fill this and sculpt up his lower arms a bit, and then attach the rest of his tail. There's some details that need to be sculpted over and removed because these are like remade, and then we need to fix this guy who has some stuff on his back. We need to build a hand. We need to build a chain that's gonna go to his little ball under his feet there, on his foot there, and then a hand. So that's left to do. Those are not the most important though, because we're gonna start out playing with these, and some of them don't have a hand yet because I have to find, you know, extra hands for that. But otherwise we're going for 2 hands, rats of course, and then we are. So let's see what we got. Then we are going to sculpt some on a few of them. Oh, there's a guy. Oh, there's a guy with no base here, and I have 2 bases left still. So that's good. Oh, there's a special character dude. He's got 2 heads and 4 arms. So yeah, he's got to be fixed as well. Wait, do we have? Oh, that's just a rat body. And then we have some rat parts in here. Okay. Special character and rat ogre dude doesn't need to go into the plans right now. So what do we got here? We got 11 dudes. So that's it. Okay, so we have a gutter runner that doesn't have a base. So we'll get him to on a base first. So let's sort these out. Gutter runner, gutter runner, gutter runner. Different positional things. Go lurk on, dude. Yeah, go fix it before you have to do it in the rain. You could give them a hand with that. Yeah, I actually could, you know. That's a thrower. Where's the people with armored helmet? That's you. And is that you? No, that's not you. There, that's you. So you guys are the, what you call, blitzers. We have some normal linemen or / line rats. And we have 4 gutter runners. Yeah, here we go. Well, rough this surface up. Oh, throwing plastic bits all over the place. I'm gonna do a cosplay. Yeah, I'm too inspired sometimes from cosplays, and sometimes I'm just not inspired, so it's a little bit interesting. Gutter runners, let me. Oh. Printer is running. Okay. Yay. My workshop is away from home. This place, this little workshop where I do like Warhammery stuff, is at home. So right now I am at home. But the big workshop for like the big stuff and props and stuff is a few kilometers away, like 3-4 kilometers. I'm now 2.5 miles if you're 2.5 miles ish. If you're Imperial System person. Don't quote me on that. Just It's weird to do that math. And these are also printed in ABS plastic, which also takes to plastic cement very well, which is very nice. Yeah, I would love to have a place where I can live, so I can have a proper workshop adjacent to it, in the same house, or at least like on a house on the yard or whatever, you know. Because I love being in the workshop, but I just hate going there. Unless there's somebody who like, hey, I need you to make me a hat. And then I'm like, okay, cool, I have something to do. I can go out there and make a hat. Now I have a job to do. Da-da-da. But otherwise, nah. It's just hard to get there. Merry fooding. Indeed. Okay, so there's like literally one guy who doesn't have that hand. Really? And then we'll have to look for, yeah, go over them, look for mode lines. All of the hands on these, on their left hands, left arms are starting out like this, because I don't have any left hand, so I have rearranged stuff so I can use other arms, but that means they don't have any hands, unless you want a right hand on the left side, which I don't want. Oh damn it, I didn't sand down the remove his base. Well, I'll have to do that when he's on. We'll let you settle down properly with the glue first, like half an hour, and that's going to be very solid. Very solid indeed. And while we are waiting for... Actually, I have my arm. Yeah. Okay, motion sickness warning. Motion sickness warning. I'm gonna try and move the camera, because I am very annoyed at the fact that it's that silly. So this might wobble a bit. Not super, well, quite a lot of vibrations and shakings. And then we'll move this over here. Oh, that ended up right in the... There we go. See if we can go in from this way and makes it better somehow. Okay, camera is over there. Yeah, because if I start to like scribble on something here, you're gonna see it because my hand is not blocking it. That's much better. And there's now also part of it is a belly cam, which I don't know if I want, so we're gonna do some slight adjustments. For those who's not watching, I will tell you when I stop moving the camera. How is focus when I'm sitting here doing work? It's a little bit... Now there's going to be a little bit of me in the camera there. I don't really care. Yeah, that seems to be working pretty good. Let's keep that for a while. Camera has like stopped moving. I warned you, Katie. You should have just looked away, okay? Don't come blaming me with your puke emotes. Words. Today is the hards. Yeah. Oh, you listened. Okay. You're just making me think that you're sick. Oh my god. So we need one hand for a rat. I guess I could look for a little bit. I'll look for that during the break, actually, I think, so I don't have to look at a sort of empty thing. Yeah, now you'll see what's up. Like I can, yeah, I like this angle a lot better. And that's the thrower. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the thrower. The thrower is the guy who doesn't have an arm hand. Okay. Yeah, and then I want to try and resculpt this, and I want to have him to have a like hand with a ball in it. I like it that I'm doing gestures here. Like I want him to have this pose, and I'm like, oh wait, I don't have a face cam. And that wasn't really stuck together because uneven cuts or whatever. So we're just gluing it together and holding it together and hoping that we don't have to sit here and hold it forever. And the reason why I didn't make one that has like a caged open sides, because I don't have a monster to put in there. Because I need a monster to put in there. And then I'll need to sub-assembly paint it, because I need to paint it with like the roof off, I think. Just so it I can put in the painted model in there. It's going to be like a little diorama with some kind of a Nurglish monster, slimy and diseased and stuff, and like faded red color all over the wagon, and then like some text like me. Maybe make this side so it actually goes up here a bit, so it bows up like this, with like the incredible slimy boy or whatever, you know, whatever. Some kind of a stage name for the monster. Okay, let's see if we can. Oh yeah, I have to work a little bit further in on the table. Just super quiet and focusing for a bit, and the last thing will just sand down. But since it was a bit uneven, we're just gonna sort of shave off the excess bits. Oh, I started cutting too soon, so the part that I just glued is just opening up a little. It doesn't really matter too much either. For next week, I think I might change the camera so it comes in from this way. Actually, because it's still going to be like this hand is like my right hand, so it's going to be mostly in the way. I could do with some sort of unbleached, just normal linen color, I guess. Do I want something else? Yeah, I want some black if they have. Okay, I'm waiting. Actually, I'm just waiting with that conversation. I'm not waiting. Let's go ahead and grab some 120 grit sandpaper. And just go over the edges here. Oh, you dropped stuff. Okay, I see. Okay. Maybe a bit of unbleached, uncolored stuff, and I would like some black linen pants. And of the other stuff, I'd like enough for pants as well. So I want enough for 2 pants, 1 unbleached and like normal linen color, and 1 that is black. Just roughing up all the surfaces now for a little bit as well. Yeah, that'll be enough. Because I just want normal pants, not poofy pants. There's the camera now, Pixel. Okay, I'm just gonna lift the camera up a bit like that. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I know the plastic art is white, so it just whites out on the camera. That's the nature of the material. Now the camera wants to work. Oh, we need to make a little flat piece for the front here, so it's not like open here. Alright, much more even over the edges. We're getting somewhere on this project actually. We are getting somewhere. We're just scraping some of the unevenness off here, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so one little piece in. Oh, that's still an edge up there. I don't like that. Let's fix that. Just scraping off a little bit of excess plastic. Because the glue literally melts, the plastic cement melts the plastic a bit, and then it goes together. So you can literally, even off camera, you cannot see that there is a line here almost. You can feel it just a little bit, but if you really want to, you could just put in some more cement in there, or some sprue glue, and just fill those gaps up and just sand it all down. It would just like look like one solid bit, but it also isn't technically, because it's I mean, in real life, old wagons and stuff. And then these edges I really want to round off. So I want the roof to have like a slight curvature to the edges here. I mean, the material isn't very thick, so it's not going to be like a big radius or anything, but we're going to do a little bit. Making all the weird plastic noises. Just scraping. Made a scratch up there, but we're gonna sand the top as well. Make most of it the same sort of roughed up surface. So there we go, sort of solidy plastic little box that's going to be a carriage in not too far future. So big flat sides, a little bit boring. We could put some paneling on here. Might put just like one low here on just a thin sort of piece of plastic card, and there's still a bit of a bump here. But it's also going to be like painted on this, and then we're going to have like freehanded texts. It's going to be like, you know, like an old carnival. It's going to say like the carnival, and then, you know, established stuff and whatever we want. But there's basically going to be a big text here, you know, like faded letters and stuff. But before we get to any of those super fun parts, we're going to have to finish building it, of course. But yeah, I like this a lot more than I like this. This is a tad lower, but it's also a little bit longer. It just looks, I don't know. I like how this turned out, and I'm going to finish painting this, and I might even use this, because, you know, there's going to be different wagons. There's going to be one that has like advertising. Probably make like a big hatch on the side that's like closed that you can open for selling. So for, yeah, 150, 92, yeah, I'm okay with that. I will swisheroo you money for my fabric once I'm done with the streaming stuff, so you don't have to pay that, of course. Let's bring out some 3D printed wheels. They are not even cleaned up. They still have some glue on them for adhesion to the plates. So we're gonna have to do that. I'll do that in about half an hour when there's a break. But first we need to smooth down. This surface doesn't have to be smoothed out so much because it's, let's see if we can find the, yeah, we can maybe make it out. It's got the lines going around like this. That, as I said, I'm not really a fan of sculpted wood grain, so you can sand that down. But otherwise you can also keep it just as wood grains. What I am going to do is I'm going to take a file and I'm going to make like, because I didn't do that in the file, and I'll make like little lines like this, like, the wheel isn't made of one solid, it's made out of several pieces put together. But I think I'm actually going to, even though this is a PLA print, this is test print, it's a little bit more annoying and harder to sand down or file down than ABS would be, but they're also very tiny small wheels, so it shouldn't take that long to get a decent surface. And I want to do that on the other side as well, as I guess, so I'll have to wait because it's got the glue residue, because I've not, and the outside here we don't have to because the rims are gonna go on top of outside of that, and once we have sanded this side down we will put these on and we will file this surface of the wheels down once it's on, and then we're gonna have to build the like carriage or frame system, because they're not obviously going to be like that, they're going to be like more like that. And as I mentioned, these wheels need to go under the whole thing, so because they're on a solid axle, so they're going to turn like this, so they need to be able to go in under, because if you put it like that you can't turn. Yes, I'm going to be that guy that wants that level, at least that level of realism for my models. So we're just doing sort of the same. This is not getting the spokes on the wheel, of course, and yeah, we'll see if we can reach them or if we're gonna have to ignore the fact that they have print lines on them. I mean, we can reach in there, of course, but I just want to see if that's doable without losing my sanity. Like, because I'm probably gonna have to go like this. Yeah, sort of works. We'll get a diamond file for that, so we can just muck about as much as we want to. So let's see if we can. Come on, these small wheels for the surface of them, the top surface here was really weird. I don't know, something must have happened while they were printing. Maybe we will just do this then. A little bit hard because they're like just a couple of millimeters wide. There we go. Much better. Also, I don't know if you're here, but randomly 5 days ago, Hexadermia just their Prime to subscribe to this channel. I haven't been streaming for a while, so thank you for that. Always nice to say thank you. So the camera isn't vibrating super much, but the table is. There we go. That's a lot better. Let's do a little bit more on this though. See if we can get it to a similar level. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's get one of those diamond files like this. See if we can. I mean, I'm not getting in between the spokes, so I don't know. Maybe I'll do something like a little bit better, maybe. It's gonna be hard to get into the corner there because it's a radius. Let's see if we have another cool file. Yeah, this was a bad plan. I mean, it's working, but it's very annoying to do. And I know it's out of focus over here because it's made to like focus here, because if I use the autofocus, it'll bop out and in and out and back and forth, and I'll have to fix that all the time, and that's a little bit annoying to deal with. I don't think that'll make enough difference for me to bother with actually, and if it does, I'll have to fix that later. But we need to clean these off before we do anything else. So we'll put those there. I need to find a Skaven hand. What can I start with? We can start measuring out the bench because we need to before we build any framing for this or whatever for the wheels and stuff. I want to put in like the bench chest here. Don't really have. Oh wait, it's that width. So that's a front back. What was this? This wasn't the front back, right? No, this was the top bottom one. Okay. Let's grab some more material then. And we'll also need to decide how tall up it should be. Just arbitrary, just make a decision, do stuff, whatever. That seems fine. It's probably going to be good. Better is a bit too much than too little, because you can always cut away more. Just break that off. And then we can look, and I think it's pretty good actually. Pretty good. There's going to be a lid on this, however, so I think we're going to have to see if we can do this way. This feels tricky. There we go. Removing that tiny little piece. Well, this is plastic card, so we're not gonna, obviously not throw it away or anything. We're just gonna take some cutters or something and just gently bend that last piece off. Yeah, that's a height I'm comfortable with. It's gonna be about this wide, because we have the templates. Oh yeah, this is a little bit more narrow than it was supposed to be. So we'll just adjust as we go along. Still needs about 0.5 millimeter or something off. Just the tiniest little bit. And then we're going to have to do another one, because we want, of course, to have it like a bench like that. So it's something to sit on when you're driving the garage. So we're gonna actually start with that one, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's cut out another piece that is about the same length. It's almost to the edge. That's fine. I can live with that. That's not what I actually thought I would do, but I don't think I want to make this any more shallow, because I don't think it will be good. Now the issue is I'm gonna have to make one of these stand here at a good distance. Right, let's see. Here we go, at a good distance, and that's about a good angle and everything. And it's this for next one. Do this before you put on this. That's gonna be my advice to future Pixel. So order operations, planning things out is good, but sometimes you just don't consider that until you're there. So then you'll have to remember it for the next time to learn from this fine experience. I mean, there's a bunch of different things you can do here. You could put in something small behind, so you had something to lean this up against and whatever. But the easier part would have been to not put on the roofing part until this was built. But yeah, future Pixel will appreciate me saying this. Because it's going to be like that. And it's a little bit uneven. Oh, that's a better way. Yeah, that's a better way to put it in. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna do this now. which we really don't have to, shouldn't have to do, but we're going to do it now just because it's going to make life easier. I'm going to measure out the depth of that. And then this is not going to be all the way to the edge, so we're going to cut off the thickness of it and then a little bit more. So, and then we're going to put this in like that one in there. Just then when we push this in here, that will make it stop. It'll get stuck there. But I don't also really need to fill up so much. So we're gonna split this in two. And then we're gonna put this in. Push it into the corner. Leave it there to get stuck. Do the same thing on the other side. It's not the same length. What the hell? How did I manage to do this? It is. Oh, they're different. Oh, yeah, I just sort of manually put the wall in here, right? So we need to make sure to put this on pretty straight on the next one if we're making the same sort of model. But anyway, this one can now go in much easier to get it on in there straight because it has something to rest against. Yeah, sure. Come along. So I am gonna go mute for a while. Okie dokie, here I am again. I have now successfully looked at a fabric swatch and I liked it. And this is gonna go in on top here. Also as parallel to the like floor part as possible. And then I'm thinking on top of this, if I'm gonna put a couple of small strips that looks like, because this is basically not just a bench, it's like a chest. What? Sorry. Let's see if we can get you some. Let's see what happens if I turn down this light a bit. No, that's not the light. That's disturbing me. So what happens if I pull this light down? What happens if I turn this light off? And the other light, okay. For show and tell, I'm just gonna, boom. Here we go. Because this is too dark for me to work in. I know it's pretty good because you can see a lot, but I can't see shit right now. But anyway. So this little bench here is also a chest because, you know, storage space. This is basic tiny housing, right? It's a really small surface to have a lot of stuff on. So you put storage stuff wherever you want. If it could fit, you would probably put like a shelf up here, but I think this whole area is going to be pretty much filled up by the driver, which is a solution that we're going to talk about on a later stream sometime down the line. I need to do some molding and casting before I get to fix any actual driver dudes for this. Okay, let's turn on some lights so Pixel can work again. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's blind you, which I like. But yeah, we have now successfully built a little chest bench. So I'm putting on a couple of small, very thin pieces of plastic card on top there, so they will look like hinges, like you see forged hinges on a door. So it looks like it. You kind of get sort of the illusion, and we might even make a little padlock to put on here. We're definitely gonna put. Oh yeah, we should put. Should that be in the middle? Yeah, a little padlock thingy. So we're gonna go for the thinnest plastic card, which basically looks like just a normal paper. It's plastic. It's 0.25 millimeters, or if you are of the imperial persuasion when it comes to your measurements, that is 1/100th of an inch. In case you wanted to know. But the thing is, to scale, if we look at, we'll use one of the rats. They're a little bit smaller than a human, but if we look at this, like, and compare it to this size, I mean, you can't really see, but if I compare this is about 1/2 to 1/3 of a finger, literally. So to scale, it's probably this thick. So this is even thick. Spousal request completed. Congratulations, here. You just got 10 experience points for completing the quest. Good job. So, super thin bit of plastic. And we're going to cut it so it's not all the way to the edge, because the hinges are going to be to the back, because you're obviously going to open that way. Yeah, that's making like things into scale so it looks good. You know, I know Brush uses this a lot when he's explaining things, and I'm going to ask the same question. Do you use reference photos? Do you have any horses in a stable with some kind of shelves that are similar to what you want to make, and can you look how they look and compare the sizes? Because that's the easiest way to do scale, compare things. You have shelves that are big, okay. Oh, you want a shelf for the diorama? Okay, is that what you're saying? I am completely misunderstanding everything. I thought you wanted to make like this, so the horses had some shelves in the diorama. Oh, Goma, yeah. Well, however I butchered your name, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm Pixel. I build stuff and fix things and so on. In this case, we're building a little carriage. That's gonna be a chariot actually in game for Age of Sigmar. And I'm trying to figure out how to scale it down with my architectural scaler. Oh, okay, I see. Wait, you're an architect? That's so cool. I did not know that. That is so cool. You want to make, yeah, for the tiny ones. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I understand. So yeah, you have something to look for scale then. Yeah. Okay, yeah, if you're used to doing it super exact like that, which you obviously are then, I think you're gonna have to try and lean into that and just like, you know, what did you say? What was this? You're about to order fabric for 2,695 crowns. You're gonna buy a bunch of fabric. That's fine, by the way. Okay, so the scale, yeah. What are you making them? What are you making? What are you making them of? Like, what's your material for building your shelves? That's not the glue I want. I want this glue. Because we are going to just put this on here. It's not hardly visible even to me, so I can't imagine you're seeing very much right now. But I'm putting on these sort of flat bits. That's gonna be for hinges. Made them a little shorter than the actual bench, and then without trying to touch them, technically you're not registered, but you've been doing long enough. I come on one outside of the profession. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that is very cool though. At one point in my life, I thought about going into architecture, mostly because, you know, this stuff. I built some architectural models actually, but you know, never really designed anything. Even if I in my head and sometimes on paper and on 3D on computer, I have done at least planned for houses and things. Because as soon as I see a space, I just want to do stuff with it. But yeah, plastic card is your best bet. Model shops, the places that sell model trains especially, will have it in like, you can order it online on places as well, everything from Amazon to Green Stuff World has them, and they usually come in like, let's find that smart pack or something. Oh, here we go, the latest. Yeah, I have some from Green Stuff World here, which are just sheets of styrene plastic, which is for smaller architectural model actually a material, at least in Sweden, that is used quite a lot. And as I said, you can get it to 100th of an inch to like 3 millimeters, which is, I have no idea in inches, like 1/10 plus a little bit more. So yeah, you don't have a 165, 64. Well, you just have to do the math and use a normal ruler, you know. It's gonna be hard because it's very, very small. Yeah, maths. Or you have to find and buy yourself a 164 ruler. If this is a scale that you're going to do more things in, and you know that, if this is like a normal scale for small ponies for some reason, buy yourself a ruler. See if you can get a 1/65 ruler. 64 ruler, of course, not 65, but whatever. So if you're going to do more of it, or if you can find one that's not too expensive, buy it. I mean, if you're doing architectural stuff anyway, why wouldn't you want to be able to have a 1/64 ruler anyway? I mean, unless it costs like $50 or something, I guess. But you know, if it's affordable-ish, I don't see why you wouldn't just see if you can find one to avoid the math. Let's put in the other hinge bit. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. About the same distance. Yeah, no, exactly. So if you can find one for, I don't know, $10 or something, I don't know. I don't know what the average income or whatever are in the States. I have no idea. I'd pay. Yeah. Hi, Hawks. Welcome in, man. Nice to see you. Yeah, but you'll have to do like the maths on that, and then you have to. I mean, if you're doing really small scale and measuring that out, it's gonna be. Yeah, that right there, sweetheart. Do you know what I call that? I call that the trauma of being poor. That is a traumatic, like you feel bad for spending money which you have, which you can spend on the thing, even though you know, it doesn't really like, it's not bad. It's a good thing to do, but you're feeling bad about it anyway. That is a, yeah. That's what that is. Okay. Let's make a tiny little padlock. Well, it doesn't have to be super tiny. Oh, I could do an internal lock actually. I could just put like a little metal thing here, so just like for a key. Then we don't have to have like a padlock, because that would be uncomfortable to sit on, even for a Nurgle dude. So a rectangular plastic hardy shape. Like a thingamabob. Kind of like a thingamabob, I suppose. I don't even have to like make a hole in this little piece to make it look like a keyhole. I can just paint this metal, and then I can just paint it like a black dot or something, and it's gonna against the like the color of the actual carriage. It's probably gonna work out pretty good. I mean, it would be super cool to make a padlock, because I like making small detail. So let's do that instead, because that's cooler. Yeah, metric is super much easier, to be honest. It's like 110,000. It's just fractals and like inches and imperial measurements after like getting down to like the small parts. If you stay to like 1 inch, 2 inch, 1 foot, 1 yard, 1 mile, whatever, that's fine. But once you get down to like this, oh, this is 1 millimeter. That's not 1/25th of an inch actually, because it's a little tiniest bit of less than that. And it's like, wait, what? So especially when you start translating on the micro scale, it's like, oh, this is 1/5000th of this. I'm like, the fuck? Or it's 0.1 millimeter. Oh, I see. I understand how thick that is. But you know, I also did not grow up with the I did grow up with the metric system. So if I do that, and then I bend this over, we put that, and then I have to make two tiny, tiny little. How tiny are my. Let's get some metal threads involved in this stuff then, because that padlock is gonna be. Well, can I? This is very hard. Maybe let's see if I can bend this on the. Oh no, that's not gonna work. I need to. Well, that is very true. Because that's a very big padlock. That's like this wide. I don't want that. I guess I could. Well, I'm gonna glue everything to a flat surface, so I could make. Oh yeah. You grew you yeah. Germany sort of. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can make a decent looking padlock first. Let's start with the actual lock. Is this, now I want it a bit thicker. Do we have any 2mm out or something? Here we go. That's a very thick lock though. That's like Skaven arm thick, so it's probably like, well, it's probably like that. It's not too horrible for an old hand forged padlock, I guess. Nah, I think this will do. But this I will have to drill a hole a little bit into, so I do get sort of a semblance at least of a keyhole, I think. But we can do that. We have some small drills. Oh well, we have some small drill bits. Let's go into that. Well, to be honest though, about 6 feet isn't 6 feet is 180 ish. I'm basically 6 feet and some, and I'm not 2 meters, so 7 feet would be closer to 2 meters actually. Just nitpick, but yeah, I can imagine those discussions. Like going back and forth like that. It's like, nope. Super tiny mini drill. And we don't want to drill a hole all the way through now. That's the thing. We just want to make like... Oh, I drill... so thin, I drilled straight through it. Well, if I'm gonna glue this onto something, doesn't make that's a difference. Doesn't make a difference. Does it make a difference at all? And then I need to like sort of cut that out like that. Oh, that's super annoying. Nah, we're not doing that. I love that idea, but I'm not plastic hard sculpting a padlock of that size. We're just making a keyhole. We're making a keyhole. Hey son, your measurement is broken. It's got all the wrong measurements. I'm just gonna throw it away. Every year Christmas gift is a new measuring tape, and like the correct one, and you could each give each other a new measuring tape. There we go. One tiny little keyhole, flat thingamabob, and 2 hinges for the chest. And in here we could put like a small shelf in here. We could put some bottles, you know. So I make there in this armor there's going to be 7 carriages, 7 chariots, so 7 different carriages. 1 or 2 of these, one with like the open side, like a cage. Some other versions, one that says like elixir and stuff, you know, like classic, basically classic Wild West, I guess, like riding around selling health potions and whatever not, luring people. scamming people basically. That's nothing new. It's so funny when you start to think about it. Well, it's not funny, but it's funny to think about, I guess. I don't know. Because you read a lot about people being scammed by this and that. No, people are so foolish now. It's like, yeah, that's never happened before. People did not go to medieval markets and sold like health potions and love potions and stuff like that at all. Probably not ever. There are no pictures of like 19th century, yeah, snake oil salesman carts running around the whole freaking West. I think that's a good choice. You can make some cool stuff. You can make like applications on things. You can make like new pencil holders, whatever not. I think that's a good choice. Oh. And a smaller monkey. I'm not sure that I really like the rounded door on this one, but it's there now. And while we're talking about that, does this have normal hinges or does it have like the forged hinges? And the answer is, of course, it has the forged hinges. So we need some of that super, super, super thin plastic card. Oh gosh, it's after 4 o'clock. It's break time. No wonder I'm starting to feel hungry. It is the time for the break, which means I will put up my be right back screen, turn off the sound, find parts that we've talked about, like enhance for Skaven maybe, clean off my wheels, eat something. So you got 4 meters black, 4 meters natural, and 4 meters green, forest green. That's yeah. Well, I'm not gonna get so much food as a sandwich, but you know, sandwiches can be food, I guess. Anyway, we'll do that, and I'll tap this here and turn off the sound, and I will be back in, let's say 10 minutes, but it might be before that, so hang around. Yeah, that's my announcement sound for now. I don't know. We'll work something out with sound at some time maybe. Right now it's just gonna be randomly me starting to talking to you, like wah, 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 wah. Oh my god, magical coffee and the wheels have been returned, cleaned and all. Well, if I could find a good alcohol-free ale, that would definitely be something I could do, but I haven't, so I won't. Now, what we cleaned off any residue of glue and stuff on the inside of the wheels, we can just sand that down a little bit. Root beer? You're weird. No, I want a good red ale that's alcohol free. That's all I want, but I haven't found one yet. There are some ales that are alcoholic free, but they're not the right kind, so screw that. I don't need that. I have an espresso machine. I'm good, thanks. I'm just gonna leave my espresso there for everybody who likes espresso and go like, look what I got. I'm not one for always showing off, but you know, now I'm gonna show off. This is me showing off. Oh yeah, these are the first alliterations. They actually have a little hole in for the axle, but I decided to pin the axles instead, so I didn't. Oh god, why did I use this? I just fixed it. Yeah, I know. You should try one. They're pretty good actually. Cheers. Oh, good coffee. Now these little puppies are printed in PLA because that's what I had in when I tried to print them, and I'm gonna start using them because whatever. But that doesn't mean I cannot use plastic cement on this because that doesn't work on PLA. So this we're gonna have to do good old super glue, and these usually fit around these pretty well. But of course it doesn't do that now because, you know, why would it? Hey, your buddies were much better at fitting than you are. Stop being assholes. I don't want to have to sand the fucking round part of the wheels because it shouldn't have to. God damn it. I guess we'll have to scrape some of these stupid corners down or something. I don't know. These edges are stupid. Yeah, and that goes for everybody. If you feel like this looks like not something that you would drink, feel free to go out into our kitchen and make yourself a cup. Make sure to send a message before you start knocking on any doors and stuff, though. But you know, otherwise, feel free to help yourself. Make yourself at home. Once you have message that you're on your way, and right before you get here, so we know that you're on your way. And such an annoying little. I mean, in real life, these are supposed to go on like hard as well. But this is ridiculous. Scraping off a little bit of the insides. Because sometimes at the bottom part against the print bed you get like a little bit of like a lip. Okay, I'm gonna get a hammer soon or something. This is getting to be annoying now. How can you be this tight? It wasn't that before. I demand a refund of whoever the fuck it's stupid idiot printed this. Wait, wait, never mind. I want a refund from the person who sold me the printer. No, I'm gonna keep my printer actually. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I guess I'll just freaking file it down a little bit then. Because they are a tight fit, but they're meant to be a tight fit. Though they're not meant to be. Ah, there we go. And before we push it all the way down, some Loctite. And considering how tight it is, we just want a couple of drops on each side like that. So we want it to go down in between there, and then we want to push this in place. Almost glue my finger together, but only almost. There we go. And now we have a rimmed wheel, and then we can file this down. I mean, it's not very visible on the model, so I might not do that. I might be lazy. Well, if you wanted my cup, that's too late because I just drank that. That's in my belly now. Okay. Let's see if the next wheel is going to be the same or if it's going to be a friendlier wheel. I think it's the same. Actually, I think it's the rims. But this seemed to be working, just pulling it around on the diamond file like this. And it's probably this part, because I haven't set it up so it starts the next layer of a print on the same place, and you can get this like lines. You can't set it so it does start that randomly. Here we go. That little bit helped so much. Same thing again. Just the tiniest little splitch of that glue. Push it down onto the wheel, and as it is a super tack glue, it's just gonna go clonk, and then it's stuck there. And the tightness of it will also help keep it in place, because I mean there's no real tension on this. There's nothing that's gonna push on this. This is just gonna be put on a model, and then it's gonna be on a vase, and then it's gonna stand there forever. So yeah, and we'll see what we do about. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I was gonna do the lines. Okay, let's grab this one. You can see that there are like lines on the wheels between the spokes here. There we go, and there we go. Because it's made of different parts, and I was supposed to file those in before I put those rings on. I wonder if it's gonna be hard. I mean, you can sit and scrape a little bit like this, I guess. But you know what we also can do to make that happen, actually? We shall use the invention of fire. And we're simply just gonna heat the scalpel blade, and we're gonna make sure we don't cut slash burn ourselves. Oh, that's a much neater cut as well than with the file. That looks much better actually. This is probably how you should do this then. And if you're going to do a lot of it, make sure that you're a well ventilated area, because you're literally melting plastic a little bit, but you don't. I mean, if you have a solder iron which you can put like a blade in, you could use that. You don't have to heat it with a candle, but that's what I had available, so that's what I'm using. Yeah, fire! between, because this will be a bit visible from the inside. Yeah, this is how I used to do, except you use needles when I built scale model as a kid. I used to use like needles, and you heat them up and you put them through, like push them through, making little bullet holes in like World War II airplanes. But you could also just put a needle into a soldering thingy, soldering iron, depending on how warm it gets, I guess. But you can, put in a metal thread and you can use that. But obviously a candle works pretty well as well. Plastic sculpting. Yeah, because when I use the file, there's a lot of burr, and this is very burless. Not to be confused with burlesque, but unless you really want to, I guess. That's up to you. I have some extra wheels, so if I screw them up, it's not the whole world. So let's see if we can we'll try it on the one that we haven't really done anything with yet. Yeah. Who needs sandpaper to remove print lines, right? Also, this creates a little bit of a uneven surface, so this is probably even going to make it look more like it's a wagon wheel that has been used. Just like putting spread on your sandwiches. But yeah, make sure that you're in a room where there's either good ventilation or like enough space and air that it can literally move. The fumes can move away from you. Oh, I actually made the whole ring a little bit looser, so now I'm gonna have to reglue it. That's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, let's look at the difference. If we can make that with, yeah, not so much on the camera. See where the focus is all the way down here. Well, this one has a lot less lines on it, and it's a little bit banged up. But yeah, it does need some extra gluing. So that's a new one. I have not done that before. Smoothing out the surfaces like that. So yeah, soldering iron with a blade in for smoothing out surfaces. If you don't want, I mean, if you do this and then you sand it, I mean, depends on what, because for PLA, because PLA is really annoyingly hard. Usually I would print stuff like this in ABS, and that would not ever be an issue because it's so easy. You just go like whoosh with the sandpaper and it's smooth. But yeah, this is gonna be really good for texturing. Successfully added a new tool to the library of my brain. But it is sharp and it is warm, so be very careful. Also, I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, you see that. There's a really nice bluing effect on the blade. So you can take a picture of that if you want that for a reference for painting heated metal, like heated chrome or stainless steel and stuff like that, color-wise. See if I can get, maybe, here we go. That's a little bit better. Keep it like sort of centered to the camera, I guess. Well, that worked out better than expected, with all brand new ideas of how to do things. Oh, the cat is meowing. Little kitten Ossie, you can't come in here right now because I'm playing with fire. Literally playing with fire. Once I'm done with this, you can come in and say hi to the people. Have a cuddle. Just take it easy, little kitten. I have some weeds left to do, because I kind of need to finish them so I can continue with the project. I mean, they're not sanded in here, so I mean you could heat up and go in between there, but you know. Ossie! Det räcker nu. Silly little kitten is protesting that I am not letting him in here. I guess we can take a fire break and have some kitten company for a bit. Yes, kitten, I'm coming to get you, don't worry. We'll take a short kitten break. Well, I'm not turning off the camera or going off or anything, but he usually is happy after just a little bit of company. We'll pull out the other chair if you want to be there. Hey kitten, yeah, pussy. Yeah, you're allowed to be here. Come on. Come and say hi to the peeps. Come. So, yeah, here's Ossie. He demands some attention. He's now a cat stream for a little while. Oh, that's a perfect. Oh, there's a picture in the way of you. Should we let you say hi to the peeps? Oh, I can't move the camera without unscrewing it and stuff. So here's the kitten Ossie. We're best friends. He's the purriest little kitten. Yes, you can't stay too long though, kitten, because I need to get back to doing things. Yes. Oh, you've been drinking water. He's got a water beard. He's super cute when he does that. He sort of dips his chin into the water bowl to figure out where the water level is, and then he goes like, so it's all wet on his whole chin. Yes, here we go. Is that good enough for you? Here we go. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye, kitten. See you around for next. No, you're gonna stay here. Okay. Well, you can stay over there if you're in the other part of the room if you want to. That's fine for now. We can glue. Yeah, that's good. Sling paints. Preferably in a somewhat controlled manner on a model or something. What are you doing, kitten? I heard you licking on something. And he just looked at me and walked away. I'm like, what are you doing, cat? And he's like, nothing. Bye. Let's lock ourselves in here again then. Well, close ourselves in. We're not locking ourselves in, actually. So I guess, you know, oh, yes. I know that you're working tomorrow. Are you live streaming tomorrow after / before work or something as well? 'Cause I want to see those puppies because I haven't seen those. And I'm a guy who likes his lightsabers. All right, let's go back to melting some plastic. Let's flatten out the rim on this one as well. This was pretty good because you can just do like little score marks and stuff into the actual rim and stuff. I plan on streaming this evening, then tomorrow. Oh, you're doing laundry? Yeah, I'm going to do laundry tomorrow. So you're streaming today then as well. Do we have some sort of an ETA on that, Streamerinos? Or is it just like when you're done with your laundry and chores and stuff? Because once I'm tired of streaming, no, but once I'm done streaming, this is not a just stream project. I'm gonna keep building on this. Way, Hydraxos. Hello, Eastern. In how many hours is that? I don't speak U.S. time zones, dude. I always have to Google that shit. Well, Eastern, that's about, yeah, that's 9-hour time, right? Yeah, exactly, because Eastern is like 7 hours. If I'm not miscorrecting, actually. So I do, okay, you're right. I know my freaking US time zones a little bit then, I guess. I mean, there's like 3 of them, so just like. Hey, welcome in, a friend. How are you? Igloof! Hi, Echo. Yes, Skavens. There's lots of rats here. There are a whole Skaven team there, and there is a rat ogre, and there is a star player rat ogre, and there is another star player Skaven dude here. And right now we are making some wheels. I started out by forgetting to make these little lines because the wheel is made out of several parts, right? So I just like, I can take a heated knife to do that. And then I realized I can also smooth out some areas of the print with by just heating it and just like smoothing it over to get rid of the print lines. So I don't have to sand this horrible PLA, this horrible to sand. 6 hours ahead. Okay, 6 hours, yeah. Now 2100. I can stay up a little bit. It's the weekend. I'll hang out with you for a bit, for sure. Otherwise, normally that's usually our go to bed. Well, you know when we usually say goodbye and good night. So we're literally just, since it's an FDM print, these details will not be very well printed. So I'm making them afterwards. So the first time I made them with a file, and that makes a lot of burring and stuff. Sorry, no lick command. I'll get on that, Eagle. It's okay. I'll make an equal lick command and later at some point. No worries. You will be able to lick people. Well, you know what? We'll put some stuff down and we'll sit here and try and paint first and see if we can do that without hitting each other. There's all the possibilities. The biggest issue would be, well, we could have the camera pretty far away from, I guess. Otherwise we're gonna have to join your camera. So we can have one for each pair of painting hands. Yeah, don't have that many commands. This is it's not been over commanded as much as somebody else's that we probably most of us know, at least the people chatting mostly know. Yeah, that's yeah, then we'll have to join a cable for it as well, just so you think about that. And we'll see what we can fit into things and stuff, but barring that, I don't see a problem. Let's just keep doing this on the next wheel as well. You know what, I'm gonna have to try a thing now that I'm not really inventing, but I'm sort of rediscovering doing this thing this way. I'm gonna see, because I've scraped some wood patterns. I said I don't really like molded patterns, but you can also make panel lines like this, of course. Go. But yeah, we'll do some testing. We'll do some experimenting. I am 100% up for that. I have to sand the inside of these reamy metal thingies. Yeah, I still need to find a hand for my thrower Skaven, and then I need to fix so he's looking like, at least trying to make him look like he's holding a ball for the Blood Bowl team. Otherwise, for everybody who popped in a little bit later, what I'm doing is building a sort of, let's remove that before I burn myself. A little bit of a carriage. I think it's going to be easier if I just take the blueprint paper. Here we go. So that's what we're building without the window for bars. So think a mixture of like medieval roaming caravan trains and carnivals and a bit of Wild West stuff. Basically, it's what we're making right now. I realized, for those of you who know Age of Sigmar, for the one of the Chaos armies, Slaves to Darkness, which is just basically normal Chaos dudes without like a bunch of too many demons and stuff like that, or specialized armies for different chaos gods. You can have like one of the battle lines or like core units that you have to have can be a chariot. And I always wanted to do like a chariot themed Nurgle army that is based on the old Mordheim warband Carnival of Chaos, which is basically a roaming carnival. So I'm gonna make 7 carriages, carnival themed, and I'm gonna put together a kind of like with my orcs army for 40k. I'm just gonna print and build. In this case, I'm gonna do a lot of scratch building because I really enjoy building tiny little models. I love 3D printing, I love 3D modeling, but there is an extreme satisfaction with putting things together with your own hands like this. Like this was literally, when we started the stream, it was literally this. And now it looks like this. And now we're fixing the wheels. The only part that I printed for this project, are the wheels, because I don't want to sit and cut all the spokes out and make sure the wheel hub gets into the middle and stuff like that. So printing the wheels, because I don't have enough Warhammer goods wheels basically that I can use. Right. The iron bands on the wheel are now in need of a sanding / smoothing, and since we came up with the melt the plastic smooth, well, the thing is, it doesn't get smooth. If you sand this down, they get very smooth. We'll have like the little example cart here, which is the first sort of test cart. That's still, I don't know if I'm going to use it, but it might get used in the end. You don't know. But we'll see if it gets to that. So, but I did a test build. I painted it up just to see how it gets. And the wheels are very like even. When I melt it down, instead of sanding it down, it gets a little bit bumpy, because the blade cools down as I draw it along like this, so it melts it a little bit unevenly. And you really shouldn't try to make it as smooth as possible in this case. You should really just try not to melt it too much, but just like a little bit, like small. Don't keep it on there too long, because you're gonna melt straight through it. Just like, that's gonna make it look very much like worn metal when we paint it up, because it's not super flat anymore. I mean, it's rolling on rocks and cobblestone roads and dirt roads and whatever. So these metal bands should be a bit banged up anyway. So we're doing some texture work. Not only do we remove the print lines, but we're also doing, oh, that's unnecessary of me. We're also adding some interesting textures. It's also good for future reference, because doing this while streaming, it does take a little bit longer, because I look up, I interact a bit with the chat and stuff, but you get sort of an idea of how long it will take, because at some point somebody somewhere is going to go like, I want one of those, can you make me one of those? And you're going to go like, yeah, sure. And then you have to figure out how much you want to charge for it. Well, if I do like standard rate building this, and we're doing this let's say we can finish the build in 4 hours. I am skeptical, even if we're not streaming. But let's say 4 hours, that's $100 easy, plus materials. And then there's some time. I mean, now I have a design for these wheels, but if you want wheels to look differently, these wheels are made with, if you know anything about the Warhammer worlds and stuff, they have 7 spokes per wheel. And the funny part, I just made an army without thinking it, and there's 7 chariots, so there's going to be 7 wagons or carriages in this army in the end. And if you know enough Warhammer lore, you would understand why that is significant. And if you don't, well, each of the chaos gods in the Warhammer universe, may it be their fantasy setting or their sci-fi setting for 40k or whatever, their gods have sacred numbers, and Nurgle's sacred number is 7. So the number of chariots was just perfect. The number of spokes in the wheels is 7 because that's deliberate. The fact that I managed to build a list with 7 chariots in it, 7 wagons in it, before considering what I should do, just because I wanted to see how many chariots could you reasonably use and how would the army play. Now, I don't play Age of Sigmar super much yet, so I can't say how good they are, but I think they're gonna be not horrible. We're gonna have some Chaos Knights in there as well, so sadly you can only have them like 5 or 10 or so yeah. Okay, wheels have some panel lines, I guess we could call it. So they look like they're made from 7 parts, and there's 7 spokes. And the wheel rim, the band around them, is sufficiently banged up and don't have any print lines. Let's make some axles for this little thing. And again, if we look at this, then as I mentioned a couple of times, and we can see that on this just barely, the front wheel needs to be able to go in under here, or this part needs to be very, very wide, because you can see there's a little tap down here. And it's basically, if it was a real one, it would have a axle here, and it would pivot around that. It's not like a car, modern car, it wouldn't turn the wheels like this, it would turn the wheels like this. So this wheel needs to go under the cart. And for a fantasy game, sure, fuck all, you don't need to bother, but I do bother. It's like I put some metal bands on the wooden parts here, just with and put a little like a rivet there, just to make sure that it looks similar enough, though, so it looks like, yeah, it makes sense, even if it's a fantasy setting. This doesn't have a really good frame underneath though, so we're going to change that up. We're going to build a frame. This feels very unstable to me, so we're going to do a little frame underneath, and make sure we can fit these wheels under. So we're going to start by making this axle and this one, and we're basically going to mount these on 2 pieces of plastic or square rods, like going in between, and then we're going to start fitting them in, and we're going to start in the end by building the front one, because that's the important part, and then we can level the back end so it's slightly even. Yeah, it's a bit of a texture difference. It's a bit like, it's something happens, it's just like a flat surface. And if you look at old metal, old carts like this, especially when you have two beams like this, they need to be put together and held together somehow. This, however, doesn't have any suspension of any kind. So this is going to be a really uncomfortable ride, but in this project we're not going for that level of realism. I would love to, but that's such a small and fiddly part. I'm not gonna do it for the first part. I might, like later down the line, make 7 new carriages so I can get that level of realism, either with leaf springs, which is a little bit more modern than mostly what is mostly a medieval Renaissance-ish setting of Warhammer Fantasy, even though they have steam power as well. It's not very steampunky, so you don't really have that sort of, but they also have a lot of steel things, you know. But we can look at, I actually have a Age of Sigmar model that I'm putting together, which is being sub-assembled, and it's this little chariot. Yeah, nighthaunt chariot. But what I want to see here, you can see here, there's like these long bands, like leather bands, basically, and they're hung on these parts. So the whole frame here and everything is rigid, and the part where people will be sitting or wherever things is actually the part that is suspended. So it's not suspended on the wheels, but the chassis basically is separate from the frame. So we're gonna build some sort of a frame like this. Basically what you see in older cars as well. Yeah. So that's this is what we're gonna do underneath this one. And then we're gonna do this. And you can see here as well, they don't have bands, but they have metal plates holding things together. One thing that I saw that I'm gonna incorporate as well on my version here. Let's bring down mine here then. As you can see, I have two beams. This beam is there's actually going to be an extra beam here that's going to go on the underside. And if you think about it from a physics standpoint, you will get it. Otherwise, we'll talk about it once we get there. But you know what? I need some space, so the rats are going to have to go back into their basket for a while so I can move them. Lurky Dirk. Nah, it's not that dusty under the workbench right now, so that's probably fine for a few lurks around there. So we're gonna put that up on the shelf of projects. At some point, I'm gonna make sure it's safe to see what's up there. I'll whiff the camera around. I just don't want to show some. There's some stuff I don't want to show. No showing of some stuff. Basically. Okay, so we need the 3mm. You can buy rods, square rods and stuff of plastic art. I haven't, so I don't have any. But I do have some like really thick plastic art. That's 3mm. Yes, it is. That we're going to use for our beams. So we're just going to cut some 3 to 4mm wide strips out of this, and we'll use that for our beams. And I'm saying 3 to 4 because it's made of wood, it's old, it's going to be worn and torn. This is a Nurgle theme, and Nurgle is the god of decay and despair, so this is not going to be shiny and pretty. Now this is thick, so we're gonna have to go through it a little bit at a time. Now that once you have that cut in, you can, if you're careful, you don't even need a ruler anymore, so you can actually see what you're doing, and you can cut a little bit at a time through. If you're using like 1mm, you can go all the way through when you in one cut. If you have a 3mm like this, that's not super likely to work very well. Also, besides inspiring people to do painting work, I hope I can inspire somebody to try build something. And you can build something and then don't finish it. You can start to see how it feels. I actually have, I'm going to show you now. Here we go. Here is the first chariot thingy that I did for this project. I did some texture on it and to try it, and it's just too big and weird and blocky, so I'm like, oh, it's gonna be that way, okay. I'm like, nope, I still might use this at some point, but you know, I made this, didn't like it, so I put it aside. Don't be afraid to stop working on a thing, because if it's not going where you like it, and then you're probably not gonna like it later on ever. So yeah, you might have wasted time on it, but why wait? Then you should just stop so you don't waste more time. But yeah, this is there we go. Now we're through in one point. That means that we can probably start seeing it a little bit. You can see there's like a little bit of a line there where we're starting to break through. We can see if we can. It's so, if you cut this in half, you can just cut a few times and then you can sort of bend it. But now you're gonna have to have some pliers or something. You can just like, these are pliers are not smooth all the way though, so don't want to squeeze too hard. There we go. One of them. We're gonna have to make a bunch of these, but we'll make one at a time because it's not that much fun to make, so I'm guessing it's not that fun to watch. There are, the edges now are a little bit, there's a little bit of a lip here from the cutting, because we're literally pushing the plastic away when we're cutting it. So we're gonna scrape along the edges to get rid of all that. And I'm not even gonna bother super much with making it super smooth. I actually sort of like if it turns a little bit uneven, because these are old wooden beams under a carriage, going through landscapes. It's not gonna be super smooth and fine. So not cutting, just scraping along the edges, rounds them off a little bit, and we remove any burrs and like weird stuff that happens when you cut the plastic, especially when the last part, when you break it. Because if you do this, you have to be if you cut it, you have to be super careful, because it's super easy to just go and you have big like cuts in it, and you know that can work, but it's also very easy to ruin the whole, well, ruin that part. I mean, this is going to be cut up in so many smaller parts, so if we have a little bit of a mistake somewhere, it's pretty okay. You are back! Your backness has been noticed. And Dad Joke of the Week award goes to Bonshooter. Just like feel it. Does it feel okay? Because the thing is with weird edges like that, a little bit of burr, it will catch paint like nothing else. Especially if you're gonna glaze or wash or something, like thin coats or something, or thin paints. That's gonna be a place where it's gonna want to pull up. So we're gonna do a little bit about that. And then we're simply, I know beam is not going to go directly here, but because the wheels, can't be like that. They have to have some distance to the body, right? And I'm gonna say they're gonna want to be like a wheel's distance, the thickness of the wheel. Where I just simply I decide that right now. That's what I want. So we're gonna even that out. Take a wheel, put it against the wall, and use that as a gauge for how thick we want it. And we'll do sort of the same thing. Let's see if we can have this. That doesn't really work. Okay, let's put some sticky stuff on there. A well-rounded solution. Yeah. Are you trying to compete for like jokes now, or is that what you guys are doing? Really smart. I mean, you could have waited and you had a better chance to make some better jokes. I think you spoke too soon. And then we go like that. Remove the wheels and the sticky stuff. Oh, you can make like a spare wheel to put on the side here. That would be cool. Or like the safari thing, you have some spare stuff. You can put equipment on the seat. I mean, there's so many small cool details that you can do. Oh, Greenskins Gaming. Thank you for that follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? That went very quickly. Oh, no, crap. I hit my little can of drills over on a paint bottle, so I poured my drill bits out on the paint bottles. I'm looking for another size. Okay, can you quit horsing around now, guys? It's such a drag. Welcome to the hour of dad jokes or whatever, weird jokes or follow-up jokes. I don't know. We're doing weird shit because we're weird people. I'm just using the knife to make a little pilot hole for the drill. So we're gonna pin these wheels on so they're stuck there properly. Okay, bone shooter, settle down. I think we need to rein it in a little bit, okay? Yeah, weird word thingies comes really quickly to my brains because that's my brain. It does that. My favorite number? I don't know if I have a favorite number actually. I probably have had at some point, and I don't know if I remember it. Sorry, don't think I have one. Depends on the day, but actually I like that they have a super specific answer to that. That is amazing. I wish I had. Maybe I need to get a favorite number. I mean, it could be 3, but that's just a magic number. So I don't know. And since we're doing a little bit of a metal roll here, we're gonna use some super glue, and then we're gonna cut that off at an appropriate length so it doesn't protrude too much, but it'll still work as intended. There we go. Okay, yeah, well, those are some, you mean, what do you got? Yeah, 6 and 4. I understand. Your favorite number is blue. Okay, I understand the reasoning. That's a pretty like solid reasoning to have like favorite numbers. There is some meaning to it. I mean, it doesn't have to. So what kind of blue is your favorite number? Is it like 29 maybe? I don't know. Could be 29. You know, you could go for 15-3, I guess. You know, depends on what blue is your favorite number. There are difference. You have to specify, man. You have to specify. Whee. And that will fit in between, yeah. There's still some space. Good. It's not going to be that low, as I said. It's going to be up here somewhere probably. But we'll know that once we have put these in place, because these are the important parts. Now I was really smart, because I didn't cut 2 of these right away. That was a brilliant plan. So we'll try to measure it out. No, stop rolling away. I need you for measurements, because I want this beam to be about exact as it can be, the same. I love that people have favorite numbers, but I love even more that people have reasons for their favorite numbers. I've never thought about like the reasons of like why you would like. Yeah, that's a pretty cool. I feel like I need to figure out my favorite number now. I guess 7 is a good number. I like 7. It's a 1 week. It's not 2 weeks. Yeah, double goons and 7. See, here we go. No, but I like it because it's a week. It reminds me of the medieval week, even the medieval week festival thingy, which is technically 8 days, but it's called 7 days. So that's confusing for some maybe. But you know, it's a whole week. It's part of a cycle. Yeah, and also it's Nurgle's sacred number, so you know. And I am a huge fan of building and making Nurgly stuff because it's most fun. It's also, funnily enough, described as the most of the jovial of the chaos gods. Because he's not like, I'm gonna sit here and you're gonna die, I'm gonna make you suffer. He's like, ho, ho, ho. He's like a bad Santa Claus thingy. He's just like, oh, here you go. and then he enjoys the misery he brings to people, and then he like goes, no, but you don't want to feel misery, you should worship me, and I will make you immune to most misery except the misery of like, yeah, it starts on a Sunday and ends on a Sunday, so technically it's 8 day, but it's called the medieval week. I know. But the opening is on a Sunday, and yeah. So it doesn't say anywhere that it's a week. It's just that's literally yeah. And Thea says that it's literally the name of the festival. But yeah. Oh yeah, not like back in the medieval times. This is the sort of a Ren Fair sort of situation, but not Ren Fair because it's medieval, and the Renaissance comes after medieval times. So before anybody asks, yes, it bothers me a little bit that everything in the States, United States, seems to be Ren Fairs, and they're like mixing it all up with all the like historical pre-industrial stuff, which it really don't bother me, but it's just like, I don't know, I guess it's a pet peeve. It's a little bit like, why you do this? Like, I'm gonna be Robin Hood at this Ren Fair. It's like, why? Robin Hood isn't Renaissance. Why is it called a Ren Fair if it's not Renaissance? This is confusing. Talking about confusing like festivals and stuff. But at the same time, I'm also like, it's not a big deal. People know what the deal is. Uh-oh, that can only go well. Or something. So, let's figure out the placement of the wheels, because that's going to determine how big we want our frame. So this is the hot rod version. We're not making that, but I think I want the front wheels to be like there. And then of course it's going to be all the way up here, so the front wheels can go under the actual carriage, which means the frame can't be as well. Yeah, but it's also Renaissance stuff, so they kind of mix everything together, I guess. But yeah, it's festival. People that make these festivals are apparently confused. They think 1 week is 8 days, and they think the Renaissance happened 800 years ago or something. But yeah, so you worked at Ren Fairs, by the way? That's cool. What did you do on Ren Fairs? I'm very curious now. Do I know this? I feel like we have talked about historical stuff before, which, wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so that's where we wanted to go. That's a whole bunch of. And we're gonna make this one different from this one then. We do want a double beam, but we want the wheels. The wheels are working. They're running away. We're gonna make another beam that goes underneath here, and then we're gonna sort of band them together. Then we're gonna put a smaller beam on top here, which is then gonna connect to the frame, and that will give me 3 layers, and hopefully that will work. We'll see. You know what? Let's leave this down here, because we're using it often enough, and people can look at it when they come in. If they come into the stream and they see like, oh, that's what he's building now. He's building something like that. Well, freak out when there's stuff to freak out about. Otherwise, Hakuna Matata. Okay, we're gonna use some more of this sticky stuff, so we can let the wheels be still. Squish. Oh wait. Oh, this wheel doesn't. That wheel doesn't fit very well. I mean, it's a Nurgle card, so it could be very rickety. but the model doesn't have, it can look rickety, but you can't be rickety, because I need to be able to use you and play with you and stuff. And now there's a hole out here, and you can see that, but I'm going to take a piece of round plastic hard rod, and I'm going to put that on top here, so you have like, it looks like there's an axle coming out through the wheels, so it looks like more of a proper wheel, like on this one. You can see back here, there's like a little bit knob poking out a bit. That is a bit smaller than the center of the wheel. Yeah, there's a lot of difference when it comes to that around here, for sure. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't do whatever the fuck you want and mix things up, but there's not just, I mean, of course there's some elitism about some groups of people, I mean, that's for sure, but that's not all there is. Okay, so now I have to decide what looks best. That is stable and good, but that looks cuter, and we're going for a cuter look. Also, it fits better on the base. Historical cosplay festivals. That is a very interesting take. I like it. Making sure we put the sticky stuff in the correct place of the wheels. And the correct place is so the beams are flat. So we get like a good idea of. Yeah, and this is straightforward, so you can absolutely not see what I'm doing. Well, from that angle, yeah. So I'm just lining this up because I now need to start assembling a frame. And we're going to do that. Use that and the placement of the wheels as a template for the whole shebang. That didn't turn out so even at all. Let's fix that. That's better. So then we're just gonna glue this here. We're just gonna make sure that we put them like in the right place. So we are gonna make some marks with the pen. I'll take my little mechanical pencil here, and we'll go to see if we can get to it somehow. Draw lines down the sides like this, then underneath, because in between those lines is where we want the frame to be, and we want the frame to be like in here, and then we'll glue that in, and then we'll glue in the other one, and then we'll measure the oh, should we make these shorter? Should those beams be the long ones? Because it's going to be really short beams here. Does that matter to you really, Pixel? No, it doesn't. So we're going to glue this in place. Well, last year's Medieval Week was a fantasy theme, so they do have... I mean, Medieval Week, we have freaking 18th century pirates roaming around, so I mean, it's a bit more eclectic than one would imagine. That's a bit too... No, wait. This is going to go there. Yeah, that's going to be a good one, actually. So that's the size of the frame. You have to put some small bits in between to build a square frame. And it doesn't have to square off perfectly, because all the reasons I've mentioned a million times about old worn and stuff and Nurgle and whatever not. So we're going to put that in there. So let's see, I kind of want to cut this frame off and put this like that. So cut off that much so it's long, because this is a very short. I don't like it. So before this is completely set, oh, that was pretty set actually. Before that is set, we're going to shorten the frame bits, because we're only making one layer of frame bits, so this we don't have to worry too much. So that's there, and then that's there. Here we go. We'll still put them in sort of the same place. I mean, the length of this frame itself is going to be the same. We're just going to make the front and back beam here a little bit longer than in between, because they're going to go on the outside of these. And we'll get that measurements by just as we go along, as we need. Because now, if I have done this in any semblance of correctness, these back and front beams. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's actually helpful for me too. I usually do that when I'm alone as well. It just doesn't feel really as weird when I can pretend I'm explaining it to you guys. I'm just explaining it to myself, thinking out loud. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And this frame is now standing on the beams for the wheels, right? So now we just need to raise this up. And the first thing I want to do is put a beam underneath these as well. Or not the first thing, but I want to do that. Because imagine now, talking about reasoning, here's the reason. Here is the reason. We don't need those tacked down anymore. The reason is, so imagine, I mean, the wheels are probably not flush. It's probably like a round disc or something in between there, a lot of fat at least, or grease. And then there's just like I have a pin, a metal rod that goes into a hole drilled into this, and then you have the weight pushing down here. That means that these rods that maybe extend in here would start to go that way, downwards. So you want to reinforce the bottom part, so you can't, you know what? This is very esoteric and weird. I have paper. I also had, there was my pen, well, my pencil. Because basically, we have a rod, and then we have like a wheel. I mean, usually spokes are a little bit like that, but then we have a wheel. Right. And inside this log are the metallic rods, right? Because the wheels have to spin around something. And then when you, then we have the steering is basically like a round, thicker piece of wood, and maybe some type of metal that goes through, so it can pivot. So this is the front axis that goes under here, so it can turn like this part, right? Oh, I could have just shown you on this one, but anyway. When we start to put a lot of stuff here, like the whole carriage and all the weight from the passengers or whatever, there's going to be a lot of force coming this way, which means this moves down and you're going to get the wheel start to tilt outwards, and this little thingy mostly is going to go and break this part, and that's half the beam. I mean, you can make like a really thick beam as well, but what you would do, because I have a really big Pinterest board about this now, is you put another beam underneath, and then you put like a metal band like I have on the other one, and then you rivet that stuff together, and that gives you some extra strength because it's thicker at the bottom. And it's a separate part, so even if this starts to break, the breakage won't transfer to this part, and it will still be held together by the metal bands. So underneath both of these beams, we're going to have a reinforcement beam, because that is how my brain works. Because I saw that on a carriage when I was looking for inspiration and reading up on the subject, and my brain said, yeah, that's how it is. And it's a game model. You don't really have to be that level of being realistic, but if you're me, you have to. If you don't want to, don't do it. Your models are still gonna look awesome and cool. See, that's a lot of space there in between that we're gonna need to fill up. But that piece doesn't have to be this wide. It only has to be like this wide, because it's going to pivot around an axle around the middle here, like this, right? That's how you turn the cart or a carriage. So this middle part needs to be like that wide. It's probably going to be, I wonder if we can sort of, well, we can do this. Can try and see if we... Okay, more sticky stuff. Well, it looks better if it looks real, okay? That's why I really wanted to make this sort of really early medieval Roman style of suspensions like this. The problem is, this is a gaming piece, so it needs to fit on the base, and the base is I don't have a base, but I have a cutout for a base, so I can fit it. This whole thing and 2 horses, 2 little ponies. Let's grab the pony box. Has to fit on that base. Right. So we're gonna, yeah, I spilled water on it, so whatever. So this is actually a good time before I start going off the rails completely on this one. We're gonna put this little horsey as far up on the base as we can. And then we're going to have this little carriage back here, and that'll fit. Because I mean the wheel is... Oh, I'm building... Hey, welcome in Searly Harbor. I'm building some carriages / chariots / well, wagons for an Age of Sigmar Slaves to Darkness army. That's what I'm building. So that's I'm just having a paper mock-up base to like see if it all will fit, and it will fit pretty good. But that's what decided how long I wanted it to be. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is gonna be really cool in the end. The test one turned out pretty cool. So now we're working on the like more elaborate version, and then we're gonna go into production, which is to say I'm gonna make 7 of these of different varieties. The blueprint I made, you can see I have like an open window, so I can cut up one of these on the side, and we're gonna put in some bar because it's gonna be a carnival. I don't know if you're familiar. Yeah, they're gonna be chaos chariots. So it's all gonna be chariots. Are you familiar with Age of Sigmar at all? Maybe you're a Sigmar player. I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this because this is the original chariot part for the Carnival of Chaos. Oh yeah. Okay. Then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So because in Age of Sigmar, you don't have core units. You have battle line units, which is like the compulsory units, and chariots are actually compulsory units. You can build a chariot army. There are no characters in chariots though, but you know, your general can ride on a horse and a monster instead. But yeah, I'm making 7 of them because you know, Nurgle. Yeah, I have some more models from the warband actually, and I am going to see if I can't make myself. Well, I know I can, so I'm gonna make myself some resin casts based on the strongmen to use, and then once they're made in resin, I can cut them up, and I'm gonna make them as the crew. So it's gonna, yeah. It's because I always wanted to make like an army with a bunch of these chariots, like Carnival, but Warhammer Fantasy, 25%, core units and all that stuff. It never really, because you had like have a bunch of infantry or at least cavalry models. I mean, I'm still gonna have Chaos Knights in this army because they're just so good, and a few people on horseback is, feels good for a carnival as well. So we're gonna have them being pulled by marauder horses because they're not less armored, so they look a little bit more, yeah. Oh, Warhammer Armies project, I like that. Yeah. Otherwise, I just recently got into Age of Sigmar. Oh my God, we have a first-time chatterbot. Thank you, Bone Shooter, for that. I didn't hardly have time to see that. So I started with the Nighthaunts. Just really, I actually literally played 1 game of Age of Sigmar by now. I used to play Warhammer Fantasy before it turned into Age of Sigmar. Well, I stopped a little bit before they changed it. And Hydraxos is back. Welcome back. All right. Let's, oh, we also have no beams left, almost. We only have few beams left. We need to make more beams. Let's bring out the thick plastic card again then. Let's beam away. And we're not even gonna measure it this time either. We're just gonna willy-nilly. Oh. Yeah, I want to try Warcry as well. Just like I want to try Kill Team for 40k. I think the skirmish games can be a lot of fun. I like 40k and Age of Sigmar and like larger scale games, but it's nice to have the option of going small sometimes. What is the nighthaunt for Warcry? What is the warband there? Is that do they have a new one, or is it still the Briar Queen? Because that's Warcry, right? Or is that the other game? They have so many small games now. Oh, using the models. Cool. Yeah. Somebody described to me, a friend of mine described the nighthaunt as playing Harlequins in 40k because they can like disengage and then charge again. Yeah, links are cool. Link away. Thank you for the follow as well. Links are super cool. You don't need any permissions or anything. Don't dare to pull it up on the stream though, because my computer is not the best, so it doesn't really like when I do that mostly. But if you post a link, I'll look at it later, and everybody else can look at it. If you want to. Ooh, weathering powders, that's nice. I have a bunch of them, but I haven't used them very much, to be honest. Tend to get stuck in the waste, you know. There's probably gonna be something along the line where I want them. I got them cheap, so I just stocked up on them. Oh yeah, do that. That's. I mean, I could just open. I should have brought my pad, and I could have just looked at the chat there and stuff. But yes, please do that. That would be most kind. You don't have to overtax my poor old computer. Clicking the stuff and the things. Oh, that's cool. That is very cool. I like it. Very like sort of monotone. Nice dirty look. I like dirty looks. For sure on models. Yeah, that's super nice. Yeah, no, the light is pretty good actually. I like it. So like light there on the hand. Yeah. I like it. This is very cool. This is very cool. I'm gonna follow you because I want to see what you're doing. I always like watching cool stuff. And here we go again. We have this little burr or whatever little edge that it becomes from your cutting. So let's get to the scraping. Scraping all the edges. And maybe cutting a little bit if you're careful. But remember to be very careful if you're gonna cut, because that's a mistake waiting to happen. Bad mistake. Yeah. Getting rid of sharp edges, making it a little bit more uneven, more little wood-like. I don't think I have the patience to paint an army, because even if I try to want to paint stuff like slowly and like super pretty, I like to speed paint. Not necessarily speed paint actually, but I like to do it. I like to be done with projects as well. I don't want to spend 40 hours on a model that I'm gonna for a gaming thing. I could be convinced to, because I have some, do oils on a model just for doing it or testing it or stuff. But yeah, Otherwise, I am generally into the grimy, dirty stuff, like my orc army. All yellow and then very dirty. Yeah, that is, but you know, you can always redo, even if you don't want to. But yeah, slathering anything on a model like that is a bit worrying, for sure. And if I would have thought about it when I ordered some new plastic card, I would have figured out the sizes I wanted for these, and I would have bought some finished rods. I mean, this is very nice because you get really uneven edges. But it's a little bit time consuming. The good part is, of course, that it breaks off like sitting and fiddling and gluing on small stuff all the time. Okay, so the under beams, or whatever we're gonna call them. We're making them just marginally smaller. We don't want them to look like they're touching the wheels. These are the reinforcement beams underneath the axles. So we want a little bit of space towards the wheels, and that's what we got. We might actually even go a little bit more like that. And then we'll just, and we'll do that to both of them at the same time, because I was gonna try oil, and then I like sort of lost interest in it. But I have all the oil paints I need for it. I mean, I can just use them as washes basically and stuff anyway. But I do have them ready to go, pre-thinned and everything, because somebody decided to fix that for me, because she's amazing. So thank you for that, sweetie. Because they're like literally, whoa, boom, everything goes into the floor. Like right here, there's like a bunch of them. So reinforcement on the underside, and the back side, well, we're gonna put that on after the front side, because this will decide how high everything will be, of course, as we mentioned. Oh, we're coming up on 4 hours already. Well, I think I'm gonna go for another hour. Just keep going, have some momentum here. I'm gonna want to finish the chassis part of this, and then I'm probably gonna want to chill anyway. So yeah, they like scrunch up, but no, they're still good. I have opened some of them, and they like pop up back, and you can shake them, and they're still doable. They're still workable. So I don't think it was necessarily anything super wrong with it. Okay, so this now needs to go to there, and that's like 2 more layers. And we'll do those shorter though. Oh, I am? I'm not even noticing that. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, back again. So this needs to get up so it's the wheels are free under there. So I think it's 2 layers of this, and I think we're gonna do like one this size, like this length, and then one that is a little bit wider. Is this a little bit wider? It's a bit too wide maybe, but we shouldn't forget that we have small spare parts. And then we'll make this one a little bit longer. Oh wait, there's the right axle. And we'll center this ish. Oh, we'll put some glue on. Maybe if we used glue. I think that will help. I think it might. And then we'll test it. Yeah, that's still not high enough. Maybe the frame under the whole compartment there needs to actually be a little bit thicker. I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. There's a lot of stacks of wood on this one. Very medieval style, or even Roman style. I like it. Okay, let's see, could this? Yes, okay, here we go. So this is now gonna get put in there, right? So in theory, if this was an actual carriage and we start turning, see the wheels go way under there. Oh wait, no you don't, here we go. So we could turn without hitting the actual compartment or like the carriage part of the carriage. And then we will take some of that extra thin. Just go along the lines here. What will this will do, this will seep in between there and sort of seal it up properly. And this will then determine how much we need to raise the back part up so the whole carriage is level. Then of course on this we need to build like some kind of beams going forward, because it needs to be attached to the horses somehow, which this doesn't have it yet. Or never might get. I don't know if I'm gonna ever use this, or this just is like the test piece. Oh, I haven't made any molding on the door. And I'm really not too keen on this door, to be honest. I might try and do something about it. I didn't like the rounded thing in the end. Or I'll just leave it be on this one and we'll do something on the better on the other one. I don't know. There's always the next one. Oh wait, we're not doing that in yet. No. Otherwise it's going to be super annoying to put on the metal bands that we want on there. And this is where we're going to go back to the super duper Liberty thin 0.25mm plastic card. because as we have figured out, scaled up, this stuff is basically half a finger thick, so it's 4 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters at least. Let's say it's 4 millimeters of metal banding to scale ish. It's definitely gonna be thick enough because I don't want it to be super duper thick, because I think that will look too clumsy. I'm just gonna cut a strip of this. Much easier obviously to cut than the 3 millimeter version. And then we're gonna go, I think we can try and determine a little bit. So if we cut this off here, and then we make another one. We're putting that band on. Shouldn't try and put super thin cement like this on until the pieces are in place, because it dries really quickly and it gets absorbed by the materials so easily. So if you just brush it on the part and then put the plastic on there, it doesn't necessarily get stuck. So we're going to hold it in place, tack a little glue on the top part, hold it there for just a little bit, and hope that it wants to cooperate with me. There we go. And then we'll glue along the rest. The thing is with something that is this, like super thin, is that the what is it called? Capillary forces are literally sucking in the glue in between the parts, and then it gets softened up apart and they get like melt together. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I like kit bashing and building and stuff. It's what I do. And then if we bend this is quite flexible because it's thin, but if you bend it like to a 90 degree, you're very likely to, well, this didn't, but you're very likely to be able to snap it. So to make sure that doesn't happen, now I'm drinking water, so I don't need anything. I have some candy, but thanks. So we're just gonna like very softly sort of, I don't know, pat it or pull it, not forcefully over the edge so we don't break it, because there's like a semi-sharp edge there. And we'll put some glue under there, and then we'll hold that in place for a few seconds, and then it starts to adhere. Just straighten it out a bit. And we'll do the same. So what we're doing now is we're bending it a little bit at a time, and that means it heats up. I mean, it sounds like it gets warm, but it doesn't, but it heats up, which means it's less likely to break. So not like forcefully pushing it, a little bit at a time. Yes, like that. A little bit of glue. I can use your nail or whatever to push it down a little bit. No, stay. No, stay. Because if you really just force it all at once, there's a chance, it doesn't have to happen, but there's a chance that you will break it here, which, you can just glue it on, and when you paint it, it's probably not going to be visible, but in case it is, and in case you don't want that, we're letting the cement set a little bit, and we'll do the same thing. Just Gently bend it a little bit at the time. Use the brush glue on the sides. The glue will get sucked in between. Hold it down for a while. And while that properly sets, we start doing the same thing again. And this will hold these three pieces together, and that piece will just have to be nailed or like pegged or whatever in place. If you want to like talk how you would do it, because you don't want the metal band to go over this top part, because that part is going to go fairly smooth against this, and there's going to be a lot of twisting motion there. And now I'm talking about the realism. The model is going to be static. It's not going to be able to pivot or anything there, but so for gluing it together reasons, it's a little, let's see if we can do this. It's a little bit, oh. It's a little bit easier, because then you have, if you put the bands over the top part, it's gonna have like less contact surface against this beam. So it's also for modeling reasons, but in my case it's also for brain reasons. It's hard to get my finger in there, so let's see if we can do this without breaking it. Yeah, we can. Cool. And the whole banding thing is not a thing that I'm like, oh, I saw this in a picture or anything. Another thing that I do off and on for the last, what is it, 2023? 21 years now is blacksmithing. So I have some experience with putting metal stuff together as well. Like classically talking about Ren Fair stuff, you know, hammer, anvil, bellows, this not like modern stuff. So, and even if you're not into actually doing that, if you're going to start building models that are going to resemble historical models, or building dioramas where you want accuracy, you should really study these things. If you want to build cool houses, study houses and architecture and figure out why things look like they do. Not like, oh, I saw this and so I built this on this house, and it might not work on the project that you're doing because it's just a little bit wrong. It's not just time periods, but also for like practical reasons. Because most things, when you start building like this is for practical reasons. I mean, it looks cool with the metal bands, sure, but there's a very practical reason, and that's because you need to hold these pieces of wood together on a carriage that are gonna transport things and or people or whatever. You don't want this stuff to break down, because it's also gonna be hell to try and put it back together. Holding that together, soon the bounce, soon we can glue this piece on. Well, actually we're gonna make a couple of rivets, and you could argue for making more than one rivet, but I'm just gonna make one rivet because, you know, even I have limits, I guess. Where is my tiny little scissors? There's my tiny little scissors. These don't need to be this long. We do want them to overlap when they come back around though, so don't cut them too short. They're going to overlap on these spans where we started, and then they are going to be riveted through all the way through. Well, we're going to put a little fake rivet head there, but that's the realism part, why it looks like it does. I broke it. This corner broke up here. I bent it over too violently. Well, it's all plastic cemented there, so it's not going anywhere. So we're gonna have to live with that. And that's fine. It's gonna look like it's a little bit of a crack there, and since this is gonna be pretty worn anyway. Okay, we need some rivets. We'll use the same thickness. Now we'll use a thicker version so it actually looks a little bit. You can see it protruding a bit. So we're just cutting off the freaking tiniest little strip. And then we're gonna again scrape the corners just like we did on the beams. This is just a little bit more fiddly, so be careful with your fingers. Make sure you know where your band-aids are. In case of things. So that makes it a little bit sort of rounded and not just like rectangular. And then very carefully cut some slices of the rounded part. I always cut some extras because it's so super small and fiddly. It is super, I mean, that's super easy to just, oop, I brushed it away or something. I'm gonna grab a very thin, you can use a toothpick or whatever, but a thin little stick of some kind. We're gonna go and decide where our rivets are going to be. We're gonna see if we can. No, that's not gonna work. So moisten this up by putting it in water. I usually actually just put it on my tongue so it's a little bit moist, because that will grab these super tiny pieces of plastic. Sometimes the static electricity from it might actually work, but yeah, in this case we're gonna have to put a couple of drops. If you don't brush this out, the drops will actually stay there for a while. It doesn't get accepted. First test print. Oh, ouch. And then we will put these little rivets on these little puddles of glue, that's all plastic cement that we just put there. And it should get stuck in the sticky mess. And okay, let's turn off some lights so you can see what's going on here. I don't know, that didn't really help this time. Okay. Ah, there you go. You can see the shadow from there. You can see the little rivets, like there and there. Riveted metal band. And then we're going to glue this in place. And we have some old plastic glue there, and that might because the old plastic glue is like a hard surface and it's not technically just plastic, so it might not work to glue so very well. Lot of woodwork to get that height, but the wheels really do, oh, they kind of look like they do. Well, they don't have to be able to go all the way under, I guess, because it's lower here, so when you start turning it's gonna go under a little bit. Make sure that it's straight. It doesn't have to be straight because it's a pivoting point where it's gonna turn anyway. And now then we have to figure out if we have to do something for the back part, or if that is actually a pretty good height as it is. And you know what? That is a good enough for me height to the rear axle of the yeah, go and sort that out, and I'll see you around. Thanks for dropping by. Oh wait, did I put that upside down now? I think I put that upside down. I did, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, we need, because the reinforcement is supposed to go downwards. So I need one more beam. And then we should probably put some bands on that. And that's, so this is the upper part against the frame that we have built underneath the carriage. Just trying to, it just compensates for the, it doesn't like the white plastic card, that's for sure. So but yeah, we're coming up on 4.5 hours. Let's say we're on 4 hours in on streaming. Let's remove half an hour for chit chatting and checking stuff and whatever not. So we're 3.5 hours into this build and we're not super close to finishing. So yeah. And it's always interesting for me as a maker who sells things to figure out how long times things take to make, because that will determine the price, of course, which means somebody would see this and go like, hey, could you make me a chariot like that or a wagon like that? That would be super cool for my army. I want to be able to know like, yeah, but it's going to cost you this much. And unless you're really dedicated, I think it's going to be a hard sell. Because yeah, we're going to start, we're starting to talk, yeah, what did I say, like $100, 1,000 Swedish crowns, around $100 just in time. And that's not counting the materials yet, and we're not done. Now I just willy-nilly cut this up. Okay, so can we put bands on the outside there? We can do that right now. Yeah. So we can put bands out on the outside. Oh, that's an ugly edge. I don't want that. Yeah, it's a building full scale stuff, like normal stuff, is a lot easier because all the reference are always correct, basically, if you're using a reference for something. When you're doing this silly-nilly stuff, it's a little bit different. So imagine in times gone past, well, today as well, when they make things for like movies, start to figure out how the fuck long it will take. Oh, we're not going to put the bands. Why are you doing that, stupid pixel? That's not how we do it. How long it takes them to make something, and why movies can cost a fortune. We can look at some classic movies like Blade Runner, where just everything is practical effects. It's a level of insanity to make. Or, you know, original Star Wars movies like Episode 4. when they're doing matte paintings and stuff instead of like CG backgrounds, like in the prequel sequels things. And if you don't know what a matte painting is, I can tell you what a matte painting is. A matte painting is when you paint something on glass and you put it in the background so it looks like it's part of the environment, so you don't have to have like a big cityscape in the background, for example. And in Star Wars, the first Star Wars movie, when they're swinging across the chasm there with the rope when they're chased by stormtroopers, the whole background is just matte paintings. It's like layers and layers and layers and layers of glass that is painted to create that field of depth. It's painted on glass, or like big glass paints. That's, yeah, it's insane. The amount of work just to do that scene for that. I mean, there's a lot of work if you're gonna do it with CGI too, sure. But it's just, somebody can paint like that by hand. It's just, I'm going to do super glue, and oh my god. Is it like a little dollar store tubey thingies? And what she said, literally. I should have some around here, because I have seen them today. I have no idea where I put them though. Oh yeah, here we go. So it's something like this. So what I do is I take something like an old, cork from a bottle or whatever, like a soda bottle or something, or I have these little things that I use to mix paintings and inks and stuff, and yeah, we have to sort of push to get that open. Yeah, and then you go like squeaky squeaks. These usually don't get super. It usually starts leaking, however, and I always get these glued down to the tables and stuff. They're pretty crap, but then I just use like a toothpick and goes like, and then glue onto whatever I want to glue, in case anybody has any similar issues with that. Several times, just gently bend it over. Bend over gently. But yeah, for super glue, if you want a quick super glue, this is the best option ever. Otherwise, this is the best option. It takes a little longer to dry. It's not like minutes, but it takes a little bit longer. It's definitely more of a syrupy consistency. And you just do like this. You pour it out on a blob and you can blob it on. So next time you're at Biltema, get this. It comes with an activator if you want it to set right away. Be warned, it does smell pretty badly, and because it's just butane gas, basically. Oh, I broke it. It's borked. Oh no. I was semi too violent with the 0.25 millimeter plastic bait. Not super strange. Melt PLA epoxy glues. I don't know. Actually, I haven't tried. I find it hard to believe because plastic cement does not affect it, and plastic cement is basically, I mean, this is basically acetone, more or less. It's part acetone, so, and that does not melt PLA. Not very quickly. Not well enough to glue it anyway. So yeah, depends on the glue, I guess, the epoxy, I guess. Oh yeah, fumes are always an issue. This is an issue. If don't sit like with your face over it. Have it like over here when you glue stuff, so any fumes get like dispersed into the air. Don't put this directly under your nose unless you have a respirator or something, because acetone, it's flighty as fuck, so it evaporates quickly and it smells, I was gonna say tastes super strong. I don't know if it does that because I have not been stupid enough to try and taste acetone. Don't do that ever. I am gonna imagine that is horrendously bad, not just like a little bad. Oh, I broke that. I felt that break. I'm getting too careless. That happens. Oh yeah. Do, 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 do. Now, oh, there's my little rivet pin thingy-mabob that I used to make rivets, because I'm gonna make a couple of more little rivets. Rivet heads, rather. Fold that down. Do, 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 do. Then we'll cut some little tiny rivets. And at this size, I mean, you can just make square rivets if you want to, if you don't want to scrape this down to make it work. Rivets, I mean, they're not machine made, so they're not going to be perfectly round all the time anyway. So that's also a thing you really don't need to worry too much about. Here we go. Let's do a test so we're certain that we're doing this right. That looks fine. It looks better than fine. It looks pretty perfect. We're putting the rivet so they're pointing backwards, so they can be see, so you can see them. They're visible, because otherwise we did all that for nothing. So you could just not put rivets on there at all. I just like that. I like when flat surfaces have details, unless you like these sides, I'm gonna paint them. But otherwise I like when you have little rivets or nail heads and stuff. I think I know what I don't like about the door on the back. It's because I didn't put any molding around it, and that's gonna be annoying to do because it's very bent. So I need to probably cut out the door size, but like 2 millimeters wider all around, and then cut out the inside of the door. It's just gonna be annoying. I should have made a square door. But yeah, the axles are different height, of course, but the wheels are pretty straight on. It's a pretty level ride. It's not a comfortable ride because it doesn't really have suspension of any kind. So pre-Roman, early Roman times or something, I don't know. Here we go. As I said, this one is, I liked it as an experiment, but this is way more to my liking, what I want. could put like a chest and something under here, I guess. Like a storage compartment. I wonder if you used to do that. I mean, there's gonna be like animals pulling this thing, so I guess it's okay. So that's gonna go on the base. The wheels can get glued like that far back, that's not a problem. And we have all this space for horses. And then they can be pretty far up. There's going to be a beam up here, and then all the things that holds that together. Yeah, that's a good size. It took a few tries and probably like 10 computer models to figure out how the base model should look. But this is definitely the base model, and the next one will cut a hole in the side. We'll make this wall from a thicker plastic card, so you can see the thickness of the wall is going to be thicker. And we're going to put some bars there, so it's like a cage. But that will be one of the last ones we're going to build, because before I do that one, I need to build or model or find whatever I'm going to use to have in the cage. And then what I'll do is I'll paint everything, and I won't put on the back side, or I'll put on the back side, but that's going to be pretty much cut out, and then we'll have like a big door that goes down like this, so you can get in and out like a horse, putting horses in a transport basically. Yeah, looks way better than the last one did. Might want to do the frame a double layer instead of these, but I also kind of like how empty it is in between here. Oh yeah, still have to make like a little cover here, because it's going to be not open, this part. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's just going to be like that. Yeah, otherwise it's going to be looking really weird, so that's actually going to have to get to stay like that. The only thing I'm not happy with is the door. Thank you. Yeah, that came out very, very well. I am very happy with the results. I'm just gonna put some hub caps, I guess we can call them. Like, it looks like something is protruding here. Oh, there is. This pin is actually sticking out a bit. So we're gonna have to file that down. I'm going to cut a little disc to put over there, over that completely. Bum, 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 bum. That we don't have to make stuff and things. We can just go into the basket of plastic card that is not. So well, there's some leftover stuff here as well, so we can actually put that one in here as well. No, wait, this is the right size for the bottom for something like that. Oh, you could put like a sign on top of it. So many ideas, so many ideas. Every time you do something, there's just like 25 new ideas what you could make from that. That's the issue, I think. Like 1 millimeter or something. Doesn't have to be super even or anything. And since the wheels are in PLA, I'm gonna have to use some super glue, just the tiniest little dab. And then if I don't like how they look, I can always just take a file and smooth them out a bit. If I think they look too uneven. go. Yeah, and then like this sort of matted red, like flaky colors. With probably some of this type of like ochre, yellow ochre color for like the text and the signs, like a old carnival thingy. Yeah. I mean, I could just put something over here and make a whole new door. I could also try and cut this out and see if I could like put in a square, because I think it's the proportions that turn. I should have made it smaller and just flat at the top. I don't like the proportions of the door, I think. I don't care if it's a little bit like wonky. Just there's something about it I don't like when I look at it. It doesn't look like, well, I don't want it like this, because this is just modeled basically after how the original, a little bit like in the same style. It's like bent and stuff. Sure, but I don't know. I might have to figure out what to do about that. Oh, we never put any bars or anything in the little window that goes in there. Well, guess we don't have to, but you know. Could put a little chimney on here if they have like a wood stove in there. But yeah, I'm contemplating this door. I don't know. Because I can't really take all this out. That's going to be a lot of effort. And just the chances of breaking things are way too much. That's what I'm trying to not do. I'm trying to not go, just leave it. Because that would be clinging to the mistake in my opinion in this case. I could... I could have done, but then we have to do it before. I mean, I can just like push this in or cut this out, and then I can just square it out a bit. Laundry check. Okay, so what if so we have the and we cut it straight like that, and then here's the door thingy, right? And then this could be like a window, or just like we could actually keep the rounding even up there and just have like a panel for something. I don't want a round door, but I could. And then the door is very low, though. I would like the door to be at least that tall. And then just fill that out. That's the wrong size. Okay, you know what? Let's... Fuck. I don't like that idea either. I just want to square a little weird door here. And I think I might have to cut this back side out after all. Just don't leave it there because it's the simplest choice. Because it really is. Like, it really is. But, you know, front, back. Here we go. I only have like 14 minutes left before I will say goodbye for today. And we'll make a new door in this. God, that looks so small. It is the right size. It looks so small when it's on that like that. It's so weird. Go. Then we can just like draw a door and we can just put it like this and we can see how we think it looks and see if we think we're happy with it. I mean, technically you can just do this and you have a loop, but you know. Be right back. Okay. Quietly concentrating, drawing on a piece of plastic. Yeah. A little bit wonk on the door. It's gonna be much better. All right, let's see. Hobby chores. Is it dark now? Oh, so having to clean that up then. Okay, if I put it like this, then I have like a good surface to push against. Because this would have been smart to do while the wheels were off. But, you know, I'm just cutting along the where the pieces go together. While they are glued together, they are also still separate pieces, kind of. So if you're just very careful, you can get your knife in between there. And problem, well, the tricky part is going to be putting the new part in place without messing too much up. But yeah, that's coming out of the way. There we go. One opening. The green ones, purple underneath, and the silver ones are a mix of green and purple. Okay, yeah. And then this is going to be the interesting part then. But first we're going to have to fix the new door. So, oh shit, fudge. Should I cut this out of a thicker? And then put a thinner one as a door? It's gonna make for much easier, yeah. Let's grab something that is twice as thick. And now we have another piece that is cut out, but you know, it's a front and a back piece for another cart, so that's just fine. It's not gonna go to waste. And even if I wouldn't use it for this project, it's still a nice piece of square plastic that I can use for whatever else. So I don't really see too much of a problem with it. So the idea is if I cut out the door in the same shape of both of them and I put a thin door here, we'll get a little bit of depth, basically. And since this is twice the thickness, I can glue the door like not half-assed. I can literally get it to get stuck there properly. Okay, so it fits that way. There's no things, there's too many goblins. Well, you do have a point. So that fits, good. Let's go ahead and make a door. Well, I don't know, because you're a cringy person or something, I don't know. Oh, Age of Bloodlust, yeah. Oh, Battle for Skull Pass. All the I used to back in Fantasy in some edition. When that box came out, I think I bought like 4 of them because I built a whole army with just night goblins and night goblin related stuff. So that was fun. There's like 225 infantry models. So yeah, that's a lot of night goblins. It was all painted. So yeah, that's a thing you can dedicate your life to a little bit if you want to. Oh, that became a little bit. Oh well, let's see if the door fits. Otherwise, I have another plan. Talent comes from practice. Well, yeah. Practice is the not so secret ingredients to most things, to be honest. If it's a little wonky with the door, that's fine, because you know, yeah, we can make this fit. We can make this fit. That's not a problem. Well, goblins are always a nuisance, and you always have to work on them. So I mean, one way or another, I guess. We'll just go this. Oh, should this go that way? That's what you're trying to tell me, door? You want to go that way? No, you don't. Why are you telling me that, door? You're not... I mean, if there's a little gap up there, that's just flavorful and helpful. But now we have some actual depth to this because the wall is thicker than the door. And for those who have seen me do stuff before, you know. Details, details, details. Depth. No big flat surfaces unless it's like there's a point, like when I'm gonna paint this. Still consider doing like a thin, like panel line around the whole thing as well. But probably not on this one. That'll be for the next one. I got the link in the messengers. Thank you. Let's look at the messenger links. Are these the blobby things? Oh, look, hello goblins. Hello rock troll. Or Trogoth or whatever they call them. Whatever they're calling these days. We like that. We like those trolls. We like the stone trolls. Stone trolls en masse. Yeah, rock Trogoths. I believe that they are called these days. Should the door maybe be made of planks? I mean, should that be a visible thing? Of course it's made out of wood. I don't think you have a steel. I don't think they have a steel door on the... Actually, I could make some panel lines. Oh, you know what? We could do the panel lines with the hot blade and go like make panel lines. So we get like wood, like between the planks. Because if this is flat, that's fine with me. For like a carnival wagon. But now that I think about it, I think a little bit like somewhere either here in the corner or like in the inner corner here we'll have like a little chimney thingy popping up. Because, nice to have a little heated thing in there maybe. I don't know if Nurgle champions and the like actually care about temperature so much though. Scraping off the edges a little bit there. Some thin molding around here then, and we'll see. How does it look if I do the thing that I thought I might do? Yes, in riddles we speak. So a moment ago I had my sculpting tool in my hand, and then I put it away. And I don't know where it went. Did I put it on the table? Nope, it doesn't seem like it. You can go back to there. You can go back to there. You can go back to there. Putting things away. Don't clutter it up so fucking much. Yeah, that sounds about right when it comes to troll, to be honest. Yeah, it's safe, so I'm not gonna lose it. Oh yeah, I put it in the wrong toolbox. That's why. 'Cause I wanted to see if I could do like straight enough lines. For it to matter with this. And then we will compare that to the hot knife method. See what we get. That became very straight, but also very not so deep. This would be where the soldering tool would be nice to have to do this. Yeah, that doesn't really do it for me. How about if I scrape into that carve I just made? Now we're getting into doing this. Now we're getting into this way too much. But yeah, I kind of don't want to. Okay, before this completely sets, let's do one try thingamabob before we stop the stream today. Yeah, that's gonna work. So let's finish this off because it's after 7 now, and glue this in. And so fix the door. Actually, I'll glue it in afterwards later. We'll fix the door right now. Start with that. I mean, you could do this with all of this before you put it together and just get really good panel lines if you want to, but I kind of wanted to have this smooth. It's a bit more of a Wild West look than like a medieval look, but Warhammer Fantasy / Age of Sigmar thingies are a little bit in between everything, as we mentioned before. I don't know if we can make it very visible, or maybe a little bit. But there are some lines there, like there were wooden like boards making up the door. Yeah, I can. Here that they are there anyway. Some of the super thin stuff. Let's make a couple of hinge-mabobs. we go. Put them on the door like such. I'm not really sure how we're going to do with the door handle knob yet or anything. So you just checked out Carnival of Chaos. Oh, the cat wants to get back in. Yeah, Carnival of Chaos is cool stuff. Pretty cool looking model still for being so old as well, if we're talking about the warband. Du får vänta och se. Silly kitten wants to get in again. Okay, so here's my plan. I'm gonna line it up here, and then we're gonna glue it in. And once that has started to set, we're gonna neatly, gently, carefully sort of push the rest in place so it's sort of hinges on the top here. Should be able to get a pretty good solid fit that way. Just brush that over the edge. Once that is now started to settle in a little bit, just ever so bloody careful. Oh, it doesn't really perfectly fit in this corner. Okay, carefully. Pop. It doesn't fit perfectly. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So where it actually touches, we're gonna go ahead and just put the brush along there, and we'll glue it in place as much as we can, and all the gaps we'll just fill that with sprue glue before we log off. And then once that is cured tomorrow, I can sort of gently scrape and sand off the edges. And we have a door that I fucked it. Oh crap, I fucked the hinge and now I fucked the whole wall. Crap. At some point broke the hinge. There we go. Fixed it. Not a problem. Working as intended. Nothing to see here. I mean, there's stuff to see here because I'm live streaming. So I mean, yeah, that didn't really come out as planned, I think. Okay, let's do this again. Some more glue. Sorry for the sniffling, but I'm bending over and I was a little bit close to the glue, I think, so my nose feels a bit runny. Because solvents! That hinge is still not good. I might have to remove it later, but that will be for later. Let's get this in place now properly. And I will take a thick piece like this and we'll squeeze that down until it hits this, the edge here on this, on the walls. Trying to get it plainer with the rest of it. Yeah, that's the pixel way. And excuse me for a bit. Here we go, just blew my nose a bit. Okay, so that's gonna need to settle properly before I manipulate anything more there. And then we'll take some of this sprue goo, which is basically the same thing as this, for those who don't know it, with pieces of sprue. And if you don't know that, what that is, these are sprues. This is what the models come on when you buy Warhammer models and other type of models and model kits. And you cut this up and you put it into that sort of glue or cement or whatever, whichever thing you use, or could actually technically use just acetone, but and then it becomes this gray plastic sludge, which is just melted plastic with a lot of solvent in it. And you can apply that into cracks and over like place stuff. It takes a lot longer to set and cure than just the glue, but it will fill up those gaps pretty easy, nicely. And then tomorrow I'll just scrape off all the excess stuff. So a liberal amount, because we don't want it to set and sort of sink into the cracks. We want them to be above the cracks. And under the door, well, that's fine, it's a door. And while we are at it, we have like a few cracks from a miscut earlier in the start of the stream. When we cut out the parts, we're just gonna fill that up as well. Well, one stream, one chariot carriage thingy sort of built, not completely, but we made a long headway on that one. Didn't do much. We looked at some Skavens and planned some Skaven thingies, looked at some orc thingies, but I didn't want to bring out the airbrush cleaner to my IMAs. Yeah, we talked about that earlier as well. Yeah, it has the same two components like that this has, but the percentages, this is like 49 of one of them, 49%, and 51% of the other one, and the airbrush cleaner is the same too, but different percentage. So the 51 in here is 49 in that. So yeah. So if you once this is starting to run out, don't necessarily, if you can get the airbrush cleaner from Tamaya, don't buy this. Buy the airbrush cleaner and just pour the airbrush cleaner in here. It's gonna save you money. So thank you for that, because you know you didn't know if we had heard of that, but we have. So I appreciate that. Good tip. That's a very, very good tip. But yeah, 5 hours, actually 15 minutes now. So 5 hours if we just remove the break thingy that we have. And that's it. I want to keep building, but I'm also getting a bit too much. I want to keep building. So I'm going to stop so I can wind down. Probably eat something by now and chill out. So thank you everybody that came around today and hung out, the new followers, new friends. And we'll continue these adventures in a week or so then. Yeah, I think that's about it then. We're just like sneakily going to click over here. The stream has ended, the voice is fading, and thank you everybody. I hope to see you here next Saturday as well.